name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun. So what are we doing? And today, thank you very much, J77707 is taken for following. So, war, carnage, bloodshed, glory of warfare has been part of human history pretty much since we ever invented the fucking rock. Now, war is one of those fun and exciting topics for stream. Glad to be here. Luckily for you, we have to do the Gunquel today. Yes, thank you for being here. It's always nice seeing some new people. Or you might be someone who's been here a while and been watching the VODs. Who knows? But yes, war is always there. War has been part of human history for a very, very long time. And if you really look at a lot of RPG systems, we owe a lot to war. There's a reason they are called, you might be amazed when you learn this, war games. Hell, some of the very first parlor games were actually there to kind of replicate war in some way. Kriegsspiel is just war games, for God's sakes. Not exactly the most innovative names in the world, but we're dealing with the Germans. Now, war, does have some interesting notes about it on the RPG side of things. A vast majority of tabletop role-playing games do happen to take place in, well, Fantasyland, and welcome to Fantasy Island, where everything is, well, let's start slinging spells or throwing soldiers at the problem, but it's usually about a small band of heroes coming together to save the day, or something similar to that. The war is usually a background, usually something that is permeating the story, but never the focal part of it. Especially true when you start dealing with modern war. Modern war, you can roughly ascertain most modern war to be about World War II and beyond. There really isn't many RPGs, like specifically set during it, that doesn't have a caveat of some sort. And I specifically say doesn't have a caveat. Because you could say, oh, let's do something akin to, the Weird War series by Pinnacle. Mostly out of Savage Worlds, but yeah, welcome to the Weird War. Oh, what's the Weird War about? Well, it's World War I or World War II, except, oh no, there are women. No, it's, oh no, it's werewolves. Oh no, it's zombies. Oh no. Magic. That's usually the idea there. There's something, it's like, okay, you're a crack team of specialists there to kill Nazi zombies. Cool. All right. I'm in. That's fine. You sometimes end up in like a, kind of like commando, for example. Let me think of World War. Let's find World War II TTRPGs. There's got to be at least a few out there. Firelock Games Year Zero engine. It looks like a lot about kind of this one, a role-playing war game. That's not a tabletop game. That's just a video game. But there really isn't that many. And once again, you also end up things with like Lightning War, for example, which we actually covered here on the channel before, which Lightning War is Fantasy World War II, and Fantasy World War II has its own unique quirks with it. Nazi Dracula must die. This is a 5e game, by the way. Yeah, we got more video games. Wait, is that Silent Storm Kino? Is it? No, it's Partisan. I'm like, wait a second. But yeah, not that many. Let me think I can find. Let's find some Cold War TTRPG. There's got to be something there, right? Oh, wait, I forgot. It's... yeah, War Within RPG, Cold War arenas. Like, it's generally speaking, you don't really see many modern things. Like, let's see if I can find, like, Modern War TTRPG. Just, this is using the Cepheus engine, so this is effectively Traveler, most recent edition of Traveler, if I remember correctly. This is Neckbeardia Neckbeardia did a fucking video on this because fuck you, I hate Neck. I don't like Neck. I'm sorry, boys. They really aren't. It's one of those things like with like World War II and Cold War, just about any kind of war. And this is what I think one of the main reasons why we don't see a lot more of them is war sucks. Like, war is very boring. Like, this is like the one thing that I don't think people kind of get the idea about, but like, war is really dull. It's a lot of sitting around and waiting. For every moment of incredible, spikes of war and death and carnage, there is a lot of sitting and waiting. Yeah, and Cold War stuff is more spy game type of stuff. Yeah, modern war stuff, even, you kind of sometimes get it, but they're not really all that popular. Mostly because modern war is also, how do I put this nicely? Sucks. Yeah, like, it's harder to be like, yeah, let's roleplay in Afghanistan. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't really have the same, oh boy energy to it. Oh boy, let's die in Afghanistan. Oh boy, let's invade Iraq for various reasons. Like, that doesn't really have the same energy to it, if you think about it. It does kind of have a little bit of a different tone. And that does kind of turn people off. So a lot of modern stuff usually tends toward, urban horror or something akin to that. While, like, World War II tends to be a little bit like, here's a very specific thing going on. Or it's not necessarily World War II, it's World War II, but Nazi, you are Nazi hunters. World War II, but... Space War, though, you start seeing a little bit more about it. Now, if I go to my YouTube channel, wink wink, please subscribe to the YouTube channel, I'm being obligated to tell you, and type in ooOOOOORAH, the very cursed one, you ended up with things such as I Love the Core. You end up with things such as I Love the Core, which is Alien War, more in line of like Starship Troopers. You end up with the legitimate Starship Troopers RPG, or you end up with things such as what we went over yesterday, actually, 316. Kind of see this? Yeah, you kind of see things like 316. Space War is a lot more common because Space War, you don't really have to be autistic about guns as much, which is a very, very, very important thing. Because I called this the case with the guns in it, because a lot of these games do have gun porn in it. And gun porn is fun. But games we're going over today have some unique quirks to them. All of them are a little bit weird. All of them are a little bit off-putting. But I think they will all be interesting in their own right. So, let's see. We've got a few here. And I'm thinking of, like, what do we want to start with? Okay, I'm gonna put something out there. And you give me kind of the idea of what you're feeling. Okay? Okay. We can start with Twilight 2000. Michael T. Dessing's Army Ants. Or Patrol. Those are going to be my three starting ones. I want to save one till kind of the end because it's a bigger one. Hey, TTRPG, I'm making a whole page dedicated to different ammunition types. I can create gun porn can be fun. Because gun porn can be very fun. The issue is that, like, to the layman, it's kind of the, what is an AK-47? Actually, no, what is an AR-15? And this is actually a fairly, like, big thing to a lot of people. Like, what is an AR-15? Is this an AR-15? Is this an AR-15? I'm pretty sure that this is an AR-15, everybody. I'm like 90% sure this is an AR-15. However, you may be thinking, Notepad, that is obviously incorrect. So, Have no fear. Obviously, this must be an AR-15. Yeah, you kind of get the idea. People don't know guns very well. We would like to believe a lot of people have guns correctly. Yeah, the solution, call it our assault rifle, let players rename it. Yeah, no, that's what I usually end up doing, let's be honest with ourselves. I should open up one of the particular games we're going to be going over today. I should have reset this. So we've got Twilight 2000. We've got good old Army Ants. This one's a little bit odd, but I like it in its own special kind of way. And Patrol. Yes, Patrol. Not Recon. Very different. I will talk about Recon if we do this one. Look, everyone, a reference. Yeah, generally speaking, we've got our three starting games, I'm going to say, our 3 starters. Because the 4th game we're going to be going over is a little bit odd, and I want to go over it last because it's the biggest, it's the chunkiest, and it's by far the strangest. And this one's going to be a lot more the story of this guy, more than anything. Or lack thereof, I should say. But yeah, what do we feeling right now, everybody? We feeling Vietnam? We feeling Army Ants? Or are we feeling Poland? Are we feeling Poland? Go with Twilight. I'm hearing 1 for Twilight, everybody. 1 for Twilight. We all good with Twilight 2000? Coo choo choo. Alright, I'm hearing Twilight 2000. Now, Twilight 2000 is a game you've probably heard about before. It has this is one of the older RPGs, like, relatively speaking. Oh, we've got a manly co-host already. He's a returner, but, I mean, I thought it was appropriate. Would have no fear, everybody. We've got our full collection of the boys in the jungle. We better run. I was tempted to play, run through the jungle as the opening music, but I knew that would be flagged almost immediately. What's the Tiger Ball from? Tiger Ball is actually from a Russian webcomic. The Russian webcomic was pretty much like a Russians' attempt to make their own Poland ball. And it didn't really work out well. Usually it was just, Russia saying how cool they are. Including, hey, do you know Russia's so big we have tigers? And hence a Tiger Ball showed up. I have many Tiger Balls, as it's all representative of my good friend and noble compatriot, my brother without borders, Manly Salmon, who may make an appearance today, who may not. But regardless, we've got Doge and we've got Doge and Manly here. I think this is the most appropriate squad of boys. But what is Twilight 2000 about? Well, put it simply, Twilight 2000 is about the future, otherwise known as the future that we got fucked in. Now, Twilight 2000 has actually been around for quite a while. We hit the right button for once, might be a good thing. Twilight 2000 has actually been around for quite a while. If you kind of look here, this is the second edition back in 1990. Yes, 1990. First edition came out in 84. Now, when I say this has a pretty venerable history, Twilight 2000 is one of the first major games that really to do it, really to come out about this kind of setting, especially right during the height of the Cold War in some aspects. It's just like GWG extended the timeline of Twilight 2000 to create background history for the science fiction game 2300, which is Traveler 2300. Because yes, technically Twilight 2000 is a prequel to Traveler 2300, which is by itself a prequel to Traveler. Yeah, welcome to yeah, as you can kind of see here in various timelines, it's various there are actually quite a lot. You kind of see these first two editions were very much the starting of it. This original two versions actually used a percentile system, which was D100 roll under your stat, and this was actually, let me see if I can find some of the let me see if I can find much about it. It's one of those games that's a little bit more complicated to find. You can kind of still get it like right here, for example, but this is still $20. It's over. It's almost 30 years old, but we can still buy it for full price. But there's quite an extensive history with this one. You want to do a survivor's guide to the UK. You want to have a Howling Wilderness. Just have the entire RDF source book. Really want to have this. This did lead to 3rd edition, as these were actually published by Paragon Software, which actually did a video game for it right here in 91. Yes, there's a role-playing video game for DOS for Twilight 2000. I would see if I can't find this somewhere just to say that I did. Now, this led to 2013 version, back in 2006, which was, well, funny in its own way. This was published by 93 Game Studio. 93 Game Studio doesn't really exist anymore, as you can tell, and they made Twilight, a Twilight 2000 first edition, effectively. Well, 3rd edition. This was a very different game, and if you ever encounter people talking about Twilight 2000, it is always going to be 1st and 2nd edition or 4th edition. But they've got the license. Free League Publishing. Yes, Free League Publishing announced they had received the license to publish a new edition of the setting. Now, come on. My desk is falling apart. Now, Twilight 2000, if we do Twilight 2000 Kickstarter, it did have a Kickstarter right here by Free League. Yes, Free League. For those who don't know who Free League is, Free League are the people who made the Year Zero engine. And the Year Zero engine is from things such as Mutant Year Zero. You might know it from the Alien RPG. You might even know it from the Blade Runner RPG that came out not too long ago. Twilight 2000 is using the same system. Because it's Free League's particular thing. Now, you may be thinking, wait, Notepad, isn't the Year Zero engine radically different from the percentile system? Yes. And you kind of understand that there's some people who are pretty adamant about 1st and 2nd edition. Usually it's 2nd edition when people talk about it. About that being the preferred edition. Because they do have very different ways of approaching things. They have a very different beat to the game and a very different way of doing things. But Free League got the license and was going to publish it. And they made a grand total of 5.4 million SEK. Or in real person money, about a little over about $525,000. That's not a small amount of money, mind you. They made a good chunk on this. Now, there's a little bit of adjusted for inflation. As you kind of see, it's 2021 when it was originally going to be coming out. This actually was put out by 2020. Now, kind of see this. You weren't going to be buying, however. You were not going to be buying just the Booker at all. Oh, no. You are going to buy the entire box set. Because you are going to buy the map, multiple combat maps, the player's manual, the referee's manual, the special dice, the special deck, and lo and behold, a bunch of character sheets as well as the big map about them for everything you could ever want. Welcome to Twilight 2000. And generally speaking, you know, publishing partners, game designers workshop, goes roots of the franchise. They wanted to update things to their modern engine to make things their own. If you did get the super limited edition metal box, it came in a literal ammo box. GM scream, all new artwork, all new beat to things, as you kind of see here. And it went well. As you see, they unlocked pretty much every single one of their, almost every single one of their, stretch goals, as you can kind of see there. Generally speaking, I've been hearing, kind of looking at this, there have been no issues regarding it being published, or there's been no issues regarding things being, you know, incorrect or anything like that. No issues on the publishing front outside of what we've already heard. Generally speaking, it appears that some of their North American distributors were being kind of weird. My friends at Twilight 2000 Junkie got all the fancy print stretch goals. They're very high quality. Yeah. Again, this company is, Free League is very, very good at delivering quality stretch goals and know what they're doing. The only thing that I've really heard about is that they get caught up in the distribution, which is understandable because modern distribution is a little bit of a pain in the ass, especially because you got to remember these guys are from Finland, Sweden. I think they're Swedish. Yes, Sweden. These guys are from Sweden. So they have to work with North American partners, and apparently their most recent North American partner was being a little bit weird when it comes to distribution practices. So they had to kind of relent a little bit on that. So there's been a few that have just been back. You kind of see here, you know, some are trying, some are like, oh, well, you know, you're trying to forget about the project, you know, US shipping dates. It's one of those things with Free League where currently everything is going fine. As you kind of see here, Free League, they mostly make their money from Kickstarter. Let's be honest with ourselves here. The most recent one, Walking Dead one. One of the big things is they make a lot of money via Kickstarter. As you can kind of see here, you have the Walking Dead universe game. You've got the MYZ multiplayer skirmish mayhem. You got Dragonbane, the Vaesen RPG, the Blade Runner RPG, the Forbidden Lands RPG, the One Ring RPG, the Ruins of Cyborium for 5e RPG. Yeah, Tales from the Loop. There's a lot of things. They usually go on Kickstarter, and they make good fucking money doing it. That's like a big thing that they want to do. They do board games. They do everything. Pretty much. Yeah, just to kind of give you an idea of how these guys operate. It's a lot of Kickstarter. But hey, Kickstarter money is Kickstarter money. Now, generally speaking, Twilight 2000 TTRPG has been doing pretty well on TTRPG. It is a platinum seller. Now, for those who don't know, platinum seller, I believe, is over 1,000 copies sold. There are very few platinum sellers on good old DTRPG. And it's like, oh, Nito Burrito. A lot of writers, a lot of different people working on it. And I'm not really going to talk about the writers for this game. Because, fun fact, Thomas Hardenstam, almost everybody here are people who have originally worked on other Mutant Year Zero, either on Year Zero games, who everything is done usually in-house by people who do things for them. Thomas is quite literally one of the co-founders of the entire company. Like, kind of hard to be like, yes, you should totally do these things. I wonder if Game Designers Workshop is still alive. Are they still kicking? Let's do a little bit of looking. Game Designers Workshop, GDW. You know it's never a good sign when the first thing you get linked to is. Yeah, technically it doesn't look like they're around anymore. Looks like the last thing they worked on was a war game. And it looks like it was back at, yeah, 96. So, but yeah. You know, I have Frank Chadwick. Let's see if we can't find Frank Chadwick at all. Let's see if... Yeah, no, it's... We occasionally see it every now and again, and it's like... That's why anytime you see someone being like, oh, well, yeah, we're a copper seller. Copper seller is 50 copies sold. Like, you gotta remember that is 50 copies sold. A silver is 100 copies sold. Here's Frank Chadwick. Technically, he was the one who created the original Twilight 2000. But as you can kind of see, here's pretty big on there. Space 1980, 1889, which we will talk about later. We have things like Striker, A House Divided, High Lightning. I don't even know that he's the guy who made fucking Traveler, for God's sakes. But yeah, Frank Chadwick here is a Chad because he made a bunch of fucking games, and the actual connection between, you know, Twilight 2000 and Traveler is actually kind of interesting. They don't really talk about it anything in this particular version because obviously Freely doesn't own Traveler, so they can't really mention it too much. But let's get into it. We want to know what the lore is. What's the thing going on? Let me see if I can find a good image for everyone. You know what? We'll use this. Okay, we'll use this as our basic image. So, let's give a quick rundown on World War III. Because, yeah, welcome to World War III, everybody. Effectively, what occurred was Cold War went hot. In the early 90s, the coup that would, the original coup, I can't remember the exact name of the coup, but there was a Soviet coup back in the day. Gorbachev was taken out, and unfortunately for everybody involved, the Soviets went to gamer mode. They sweep into Eastern Europe with the intent of trying one final push to win the world. This had led to NATO activating everything they can and going to defend the world. So you end up in wars in Sweden, you end up with wars in Poland, and just about everywhere else. Now, this leads to a very hectic exchange as everybody blew their fucking navies up immediately. Yes, every single navy, pretty much both of the major navies, US and the Russian Navy, blew up. Absolutely eliminated. And then the bombs fell. Everything on either side has been tactically nuked into oblivion. There really isn't anything else. Most cities have been hit. It's the end of the world. Congratulations, nobody won the war. Tactical nuke inbound. You all are, you can play a variety of different characters, but generally speaking, you are soldiers caught in the middle of it. You were in the field when the bombs went off, and command has radioed to try to regroup and take Warsaw. And that didn't really work. It failed dramatically, so now you and your units, and whoever manages to, stick along with you, are stuck in foreign territory, surrounded by nuclear hellscape, and all you have is your military training, and maybe a BMP. Ooh. Welcome to Twilight 2000. In the grim darkness of the third millennium, there is only war. Yeah, it's... The setting is fairly simple if you really get it on its face. If you want to go deeper into it, there's a little bit more going on, but it's very much, hey, we just nuked ourselves into oblivion. Whoopsie doopsie. Very simple in that regard. And that's okay what it's about. Generally speaking, they want you to be a good person. You are effectively soldiers without a war anymore. You're in foreign territory and you kind of recruit anybody you can find. But the main thing you also have to remember is you are also trying to survive. They don't have guns, you fucking do. And the Soviets are kind of still around, but maybe they're not. When I say this is a Poland simulator, the main setting is actually Poland. I see here. Poland has been bombed into the fucking ground before the nukes went off. So now it's kind of just this dilapidated nightmare state of just various marauders, of bandits, of Soviets, and even NATO soldiers gone rogue. You are in the middle of this. The Twilight War has ended civilization, and now the funny things begin. Technically, this game also brings in Sweden as a setting. So if you want to go to Sweden, you can. Glorious Sweden. Sweden. The GM's guide, we're not really going to go over the referee's guide. As you can kind of see, the referee's guide does kind of go over how the lore is set up, as well as a lot more information regarding like the various maps. You kind of see how this is laid out. Who's pretty much a lot more of the detail, if that makes sense, is right here. If you want real hard detail about what's going on, of how things look, of why things are the way they are, then you're going to read the referee's manual and you're going to get a lot of different information. You want to learn about France? Cool. You want to learn about the UK? Cool. America? There's a lot of world out there. And they kind of teach you how to play the game, generally speaking, a little bit. We'll be talking about this a little bit. I say a little bit, but bear with me. But let's get into the game, really. What is... Oh, I should say the campaign frameworks. Technically, you don't have to play soldiers in this game, okay? What your main things are civilians, law enforcement, prisoners, or soldiers. Now, what I say by civilians is quite literally just regular fucking people, as well as just being prisoners, being freed, and having to deal with the new situation you find yourself in. You can also play cops. Backing of any government skills in which stay alive, maybe a protected source of civilians along, though. They gave you a lot more options in this game, and depending on how you interpret that, could be good or bad. Fuck Sweden. Thanks, Swagmeyer. Yes, this game is almost mandatory to be played on a map of some variety. You kind of see here, maps, counters, hexes. You are very encouraged to use this, and you really kind of have to. You can use the cards for drawing encounters during travel. You can use that. You can just use a standard deck as well. Both of them work, but yeah, you will need a map for this game. Oh, well, you can play a Theater of the Mind. You can, but don't. Don't do it. So, we're gonna need a player character. We're gonna need somebody to help us along the way. And I thought there's only one person. Oh, that's weird. We only have one person able to assist us all the way. Welcome to Johnny Elvis, otherwise known as Chippy. As you can tell, he is our Dutch freedom fighter, ready to get dirty in war. Yeah. Welcome to Chippy. Yes, Chippy has come back. He is technically Sergeant de Frascassel. He's Dutch. That's just something I thought was funny. So yeah, Chippy's here. He's going to help us make a character. And already you might be saying, wait a fucking moment. This seems really light. And the answer is yeah. So, generally speaking, there are two types of ways to make characters. You can make them via archetypes, or you can use the life path method. They do kind of go over like, what's your nationality? Doesn't really mean anything, but you will always get your native language as well as a little English. Technically, if you are from the Warsaw Pact, you're going to know a little Russian instead, but generally speaking, that's how things go. This leads to your branch. Branches could be, you're kind of free to choose whatever you want. So if you want to be a bunch of Marines, that's just as valid as playing a bunch of air troops, a bunch of air guys. Grading the stats with letters is kind of a cool idea. It's it's a neat idea. We'll kind of go over a little bit more of that later. But yeah, military rank doesn't really mean anything anymore, but it kind of means how good you are. But yeah, every single base attribute and skill is rated from A to D. A is D12, D is D4. So, and it goes, it's D4, D6, D8, D10. Kind of see over here, we have various different. And you just have these 4 different attributes: strength, agility, intelligence, and empathy. Actually, it's D6, not D4. Yeah, D6, D8, D10, D12. Ugh. Yeah, these are your basic attributes. Now, one of the big ideas of the system is the idea of hit and stress. You're going to be taking physical damage just as much as you're going to be taking mental damage. No, this isn't mental damage in the same idea of, oh no, Fishman, I'm going insane, save me, Mr. Cat. No, it's a lot more in the idea of you are just breaking and you're not having a good time. This does lead to things like such as your skill levels, and most checks you're going to be making are going to be one of your attributes plus one of your skills. So, for example, Chippy here needs to punch you in the face. He's going to be using his Dutch foo. I'm going to take my D12 and my D10. I'm going to roll and check the results. All you need to do at the end of the day is roll above a 6. That's all you need to do. You need to roll above a 6, and you will hit. You will succeed at the check. That's all it is. But a lot of things are measured with this. Talk about specialties later, including your coolness under fire. This is effectively your keep your shit together ability. As you can kind of see, Chippy here is a hardened badass, and he is actually very easy. He's not going to break very easily. But unit morale can also be ranked out of the same way. Your unit morale is high, we're not going to break. If your unit morale is in the tanks because we haven't eaten for 3 days, well, we're not going to have a good time. Yeah, we're not. Things are not going to get easier anytime soon. So, generally speaking, this is more personal. This is more of the unit. The unit will come up a lot more than coolness under fire under certain circumstances, sometimes maybe if and or but perhaps. There's a lot of that in this game, by the way. There is a lot of if X then Y, or if Y in X situation then Z. You do have a moral code. Your moral code is just a single sentence, and if you play up to your code, you get +1 to any of the related skill rolls. It's cool. However, you also get experience points for following your code. If you betray your moral code, you take stress. Owie zowie. Now, technically, Chippy's moral code is survival of those with good friends and full bellies. Pretty much, Chippy wants to keep his people alive. That's all he wants to do. He doesn't really give a shit about anybody else, but if he ever has to be like, okay, time to protect my friends versus protect other people, he's going to protect his friends. That's his thing. And you can also get things with like the big dream. A lot of things feed into, I want to get more XP. These are written in, but they do provide you some good examples of these. Generally speaking, as a GM, you should kind of give people an idea of what to do. You know, you do get another big buddy. Hey, we're if we want to be a buddy with somebody, it has to be another player character. You're going to mark your choice, and if you risk your life or make a major sacrifice, you get a +1 to the one related skill roll. Cool. That's it. Pretty much these 3 things allow you to get more XP by playing your character. If you play your character correctly, or at all, you will get more XP than if you don't. They give you a carrot, but no stick. Chippy's gonna shove his little wooden clogs up some commie's ass. Yeah. Chippy's kind of a hard ass. I'm not gonna lie, like, just somehow we'll get to... I use the life path creation system. Chippy became a badass. For no apparent reason other than my good luck. But yes, as you can kind of see here, there's a lot of different kinds of gear you can get. You know, you do end up with group gear. Group gear, well, how that works is everybody, when you first start, gets to choose one thing from the list. So you could be like, hey, I want to get D6 frag grenades. Hey, I want to get a basic toolkit. Hey, I think we should get D100 liters of any fuel. And then someone says, hey, we should get D6 rations of food. You're not going to get a gun. You're not going to get the LMG. You're not going to get the sniper or the hunting rifle. Generally speaking, you aren't going to have everything you need. You really need to scavenge it because ammo is actually currency, as you can kind of see up here. Ammo being currency is a pretty big idea, and you will be rolling for a vehicle. The vehicle is also a major idea. Let's roll for our vehicle. We rolled a 9, therefore we have a pickup truck. That's it. We've got a pickup truck. Why is a backpack on there? Because backpacks are pretty good and very valuable, actually. Backpacks are pretty valuable. And if you're playing if you're playing something like Criminals, you've effectively been let out of jail about a week ago. You probably have nothing but a shiv on you. And you might need it for someone who aren't soldiers. That's kind of the big thing was like, yeah, you have a backpack. Encumbrance is another fairly important idea. You need to have the right amount of encumbrance, and you need to have a right amount of stuff on. Now, the way they handle gear is a little bit odd. They kind of measure it in these like little chunks. As you can kind of see here, technically my knife is only 1/4. My medicine in my med pack is only 1/4. My handgun is technically worth 2 slots. This is just how they record all the weight, technically. It's not technical weight. It is how much you can actually carry on you in any conceivable metric. So it's like, yeah, you can carry an AK-5, but you can't, like... An AK-5 may not be the heaviest gun in the world, but you can't carry, like, 5 of them. Similar to, like, you can carry 3 helmets, but they're just going to take up a lot more space than really they should because they're 3 helmets. But yeah, ammo is another fairly major idea. You're going to get a number of pretty much reloads. That's kind of one of the bigger ideas here, instead of strictly, like, count every bullet. And counting bullets is... Ammo is weird. We'll get to ammo. But yeah, this is the idea of backpacks and why backpacks are fairly important. So, the idea here is if you have a backpack, you can carry an additional number of encumbrance units equal to your strength die size. Carrying backpack gives you a -2 modifier to all mobility rolls. Hiding from your backpack during combat is a slow action, and also requires a mobility roll to even doing it, which you get a modifier on. The underground is a fast action. Backpack does not affect your encumbrance. That's the idea of a backpack. It pretty much allows you to carry a lot more stuff. Now, Chippy is built like a brick shithouse, and he has D12 strength. You can see up here. That means he can carry 12 units of gear. He is the apex man. He is the strongest man currently available. He can carry a lot of gear. If you only have 6, like if you only have like a D6, you can only carry, you can't carry that much. D8, D10. The amount of gear you ever have on you is never a lot. That's where kind of the value of the backpack comes in, where you can have you can have a person whose job it is to quite literally just be a pack rat. They aren't going very fast. They're just the guy with the backpack. And they're carrying a lot more shit. And yeah, he's the one carrying all the gear you guys need. They're the one carrying the fuel cans you need to get the hell out of Dodge with. They're the ones carrying shit. Because they've got a D10 and they've got 20 inventory slots to kind of slot in wherever they need to. But, as you might assume, nobody probably wants to be the pack rat. They're taking a pretty big mobility penalty. But yeah, radiation is another kind of odd thing. We'll talk about the basic idea is radiation makes life more miserable for you, okay? This makes life more miserable, but everything is going to be broken down into 3 units of time: rounds, stretches, and shifts. Combat rounds are quick exchanges of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. 10 seconds. Stretches are a little bit more anomalous. These are like long-term actions. Traveling is the other major one, shifts. You as a player are going to be using rounds and shifts most often. 1 or 2 players maybe need to worry about a stretch. You're going to be using these 2. Those are going to be the ones that you're going to actively note. Now, this is the archetype way of doing things. All an archetype is you're going to choose it and you're going to write in some very basic ideas and calculate some little notes that you need to. But yeah, kind of see that. All right, okay, cool. This is just what your character is going to be. I don't know what the fuck happened there, but based. This is just what your character's going to be. Hey, you want to play a civilian? You're going to write in all of this information here. Hey, you want to play a grunt? You're going to write in all of your information here. Hey, you want to play a gunner? All the information. All the information is very simple and already kind of put in for you in one way or another. You kind of see here, you really just got to assign some very basic stuff when it comes to the archetype. This takes 5 seconds to do. It's by far the easiest and what they kind of want you to do. And cool. Hey, you want to play an operator? You want to be operators? Fuck, go for it. You could do it. I believe in you. You want to play a glowy? Cool, you can do it. I believe in you. Now we're gonna deal with life paths. Life paths are silly. I would like to be Batman, but with a backpack with its utility belt. Yeah. Life path is weird, and I'm just gonna walk you through how life paths work. Just to give you an idea of like what the actual thing you need to do with it. You start at 18 years old with tough D. Your coolness under file is deal. You're gonna choose your nationality, then you're gonna determine your attributes. So your attributes are going to be 2d3 to determine the number of increases. Now, this seems a little bit odd, but let's say I roll, I get a 4 and a 3. Technically, I would get a 4. I get 4 increases. Cool. What does that mean? Since everything starts at C, you can increase any of your 4 attributes up by 4 dots effectively. So with 4 increases, I could be, B, 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 B. Or, you actually see if this is actually coming up. Yeah. Or I could say, I want to make you AACC. Or I want to do ABB, something like that. 4 increases, all you get. Chippy rolled the maximum number of increases and had AABB. It is entirely likely, though, you will get 2 increases, just as much as you'll get 6. This is I'm not a huge fan of this particular system for a thing later on. Now, Roll 1d6 on the table to next determine what your childhood was. So cool. You're gonna what was your childhood like? Tell me, little Timmy, what's your childhood like? Well, little I was from a small town, so I get a D4 in one of these. I believe it's one or two. Yeah. Determine your childhood was like. Rough, really loud. You may choose instead of roll. You choose one skill at level D, and then you gain a specialty. Yeah, so you don't get all of these. You get one of these. Which, by the way, always pick range combat. Always pick combat. Just pick combat. Why did I join exactly as you asked me what my childhood is like? Tell me about your childhood. It's me, Notepad, German psychoanalyst. Then we're going to be choosing our first career for our first term, because these are mostly built-in terms. Now, how this is set up is a little bit funky. I'll just use the military as an example. So let's say, for example, I qualify for the military. I'm doing combat arms. Your first time you start, you get 2 skills that you increase by 1 step. So as a combat arms soldier man, I have to choose 2 of skills to be mine. I have to choose close combat. I choose close combat and let's say and recon. Actually, no, I have to choose range combat because if you play military, you have to select range combat first. These are the 2 I choose first. Both of these are now ranked D4. What you do now is, as you kind of see here, you have to make an unmodified skill roll with one of the skills you increased, and you can't push the roll. I keep putting D4 even though I know for a fact it's D6. I keep putting D4 because that's how I do scaling usually. Now, how this works is you're going to take it. Let's say, for example, we just have a D10. I'm going to make an unmodified check. I don't get a specialty. Cool. I don't get a specialty. I don't increase. I'm going to age my character D6 years. I got up 6 years. Then you're going to roll a D8. If it's lower than the number of terms you've completed, you must reduce an attribute of your choice by 1 step due to the effects of age. This is odd because of how this effectively works is the more you go, the more you're actually going to have a chance of lowering your attributes. If you roll poorly on your initial set of increases, you might have D's across the board. Like, you will be fundamentally weaker than somebody who isn't. And it's not just like, oh, well, you get something. This is pretty fucking punishing, personally. I would have even gone up with, say, a D10 or a D12 for this, just to make sure it's like, the likelihood of you lowering an attribute this early on shouldn't really occur. Or unless you hit like a certain point in your life. But then you're going to roll the D8 again, and if you go under the number of terms you've done, congratulations, war has started, you're done. Why do so many games make the mistake of treating combat bonuses as non-combat bonuses? This game is a little bit odd in that regard, but that's just kind of the year 0 engine, because combat's the thing you're going to be doing most often. That's the thing, like, combat is by far the most common thing you're going to be doing. Oh, that's fine, different players can be very different strengths. Yeah, it's part of, like, how do I want to word this? If there was the idea of, like, hey, you're like a 55-year-old man, and yeah, your stats are going to be a little bit lower because you're 50-fucking-5, I think I would be a lot more happy with it. Like, every, like, 10 years, like, if you start at 18 all the way until you are 30, you don't actually make any rolls. You don't make any aging rolls. Then you start making aging rolls a lot more consistently. But then if you hit 40, for example, then you start making it a lot more consistently. I think that would have been handled a little bit better. That's the reason why Chippy has a D in empathy. Because you can choose whatever you get. I rolled twice to lose an attribute, and he just went down from a B, his natural B, mind you, to just a C and then a D. Chippy's empathy tanked over the years. Because sociopath Chippy is just kind of a fairly common set of ideas. Now, you kind of see here, sometimes you have stat requirements, mostly when it comes to like military careers, and anytime you do succeed in the checks kind of to bump things up, you're going to get a specialty. And this is going to be the main one for your military people. If you just want to play military, this is really all you have to worry about. Like combat armed soldier man, let's say, for example, let's say we rolled a 6, so that would mean we're 24 currently. We go into the service yet again, combat arms, let's bump up our range combat, and we'll add heavy weapons. Cool, we'll be heavy weapons guy this time, choo-choo. So I just need to make a D10 plus D8 check, I roll, and I've got a success. So I now get a specialty. Let's roll for our specialty. Cool, I'm now a combat engineer. Awesome, neat, okay, cool. Next time around, gotta roll the D6, roll the 5. That means I am now 29 years old. We roll the D8, not roll under, we don't lose any attributes. War's over, war got kicked off, I rolled a 1. These are your stats. Yeah, life path can be incredibly mean to you. Yeah, like the life path can be incredibly mean. But there are quite a few things you can do. Like if you do the correct ideas, you can become a special operations guy pretty easily. Now that's what actually happened to Chippy. Chippy went 3 years, if I remember correctly, he went 3 tours in combat arms. No, he did two tours in combat arms, 2 tours in special forces, special operations. And as you can kind of see here, he got a weird amount of skills. Chippy rolled very high. Like, you gotta think about it like that. Like, Chippy here is a very powerful character. He is a very competent and very scary motherfucker. And you do get some starting equipment depending on like what your gear is, what your abilities are, kind of things like that. Interestingly enough, I didn't put down the reloads for each weapon. I just kind of forgot. I just want to, but yeah. And they kind of go over like here are like, hey, you want to play Soviet Union, you want to play US, here's what the Swedes look like, here's what the Poles look like. But then you can go down into civilian careers. Hey, you want to be a police officer? Cool. It's the same idea. You're only going to get 2 skills, but you might wow. You might get different, specialties. You might get bonus abilities. You might, if you want to be just a bunch of cops, you can totally play just a bunch of cops in this game, or you just want to play a detective. Cool. If you want to be a bunch of criminals, you're going to be rolling here. As you kind of see here, you get a lot less, and a lot of your abilities turn out to be a lot stranger. Technically, you can play a martial artist gang member, so if you want to play Bruce Lee in a just combat, you can, or a hustler. Various intelligence services. You want to play KGB glowies? Go for it. You want to play, hey, you want to be blue collar blue collar workers? You want to go into education? Oh boy, I sure love playing my liberal arts degree. Hey, you want to do a white collar job? You can. Then war breaks out. When war breaks out, you are pretty much immediately going to make a roll on this table, and that's going to be your specialty during the war. Like, you do get a few skills. you do get a few kind of starting skills. So for example here, like, yeah, draft final turn before war breaks out, will spend as a civilian, you get this. Roll new d6, you get you always are going to get something. If you are civilian, you are minimum going to get ranged combat, at least D, because it's that important of a... that important to the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know if I like the life path system or not. Like, I like life paths. I love life paths. I think they're really interesting. I don't know if I like this one. And I don't think I like this one for a variety of reasons. They give you a little bit of XP to kind of play with to begin with, but not really anything. As you can kind of see, you're leveling up anything is quite difficult. So if you want to increase the skill level, it's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20. So getting up to a D rank in most things are easy enough, but... changing unit morale, redefining moral code, seek a new dream, find another buddy. But yeah, that's really the basics of things. Now, skills you wanted to do, you guys get multiple successes. Roll of 10 or higher, you end up with 2 successes. Not rolling failures. Actually, how do I want to word this correctly? Okay, no. Generally speaking, if you roll above a 6, you succeed. Easy enough to understand. You roll above a 6, cool, good job. You roll above a 10, you get 2 successes. Easy peasy lemon squeeze. Now, you can always push your roll. This is a big thing you got to think about. Pushing your roll is important. So let's play Chippy. Let's do Chippy, for example. Let's say we're doing a recon check. I'm going to take my D10 for my intelligence, my intelligentsia, and then take my D6 for my recon. We're going to roll these together. And I've got I technically would have succeeded because I have an 8. But let's say, for example, I only roll a 5. 2 5s. Damn it, I failed. What you can do is push your roll. You take your dice, and you re-roll them. I see here. You're going to take every single thing, and you're going to roll again. Now, I've succeeded on one of my dice. I've got a success. But there's a problem. I've also got a 1. This is very convenient, by the way. Each time you push a roll, you're going to suffer damage. Or stress, for that matter. And then you're going to take possibly even more, depending on the number of 1s you roll. So because I rolled 1, I'm taking damage from this, making this check. I might succeed, but I've strained myself. But since this is an intelligence roll, I'm taking stress damage. Oh no, I'm getting more stressed out because I'm pushing myself a little bit more. This does mean those with lower attributes, lower, like D6s and things like that, have a higher chance of rolling these 1s to make yourself, stress the fuck out more. But I would have succeeded on this because I rolled that 9. You getting what I'm putting down? You understanding what I'm saying? This does also apply to the ammo die rule. We will get to the ammo die rule later. It's stupid. I don't much care for it. I understand why it's there. I get why it's there. I think it's kind of a weird... The way that it's handled is kind of strange. So, group rolls, modifiers... When you get like a +1 or a +2, this isn't added directly to your value. It's not like, oh, you rolled a d6 +1. No, what it does is it promotes the die up. So having you've got a +1. You've got a +1 to your tech roll. You got a +1 to your tech rolls, that means that you bump up the tech die by 1. If you say, you got a, +2 to your You've got a +2 to, let's say Chippy's got a +2 to his mobility rating. So he'd be rolling a D10 instead, D8, D10. But let's say he's got a penalty. You got a -1 on your recon. You just don't roll it. It's gone now. It's gone, disappeared, away now. So that's kind of the idea of like getting even like a +1 or a +2 is pretty important because it does really shift things in different directions. Yeah, downstep the higher base die. You can never go below 2d12 no matter how you do things. Kind of idea there. I do like the fact they do give you, chance of success, how the initial roll works. If you push the roll, what are your chances of succeeding? I do like percentages when it comes to that. I always think it's fun. Opposed rolls kind of operate the same way. You just need to roll more successes than they do. You will damage gear. These are the various skills. None of the skills are like really out there in any conceivable metric. The only real odd ones are things like heavy weapons, because heavy weapons accounts for artillery just as much as mounted weapons, just as much as big LMGs, all the same thing. I would say, like, one of the issues you're going to have is you are going to find one guy whose job it is to be recon and have driving. What's your job? I'm the recon mechanic tech guy, and I've dumped all my points into being pure utility. You can play just a utility guy in this game. It is not only possible, it is very likely that someone is going to play not like hardcore soldier commando man, but instead dude with gun who fixes things and he can't shoot to save his fucking life. That is entirely possible to play a character like that, and you might have fun with it. Other people might not. That's just one of those things you kind of have to work with your group a little bit on, work with your team a little bit on, being like, hey, are you comfortable playing not even Batman with a backpack? Are you comfortable playing support man with a D level in range combat, but I'm utility man with my bottomless backpack? Yeah. It's like, you may not have the ability to actually, shoot a gun, but you damn well can fix things. And everybody needs to do that. But yeah, this is specialties. Specialties are odd in the worst. I don't know if I like specialties. Now, typically they give you a +1 to certain situations. Awesome. Some specialties have unique uses. Specialties in categorize a skill they are most commonly used with. Now, I'm gonna go over here. Close combat specialties. Brawler, +1 to close combat if you're unarmed. Melee, +1 if you have hand-to-hand weapons. Cool. Killer, you can kill an incapacitated person outright without suffering any negative consequences. Martial artists, your unarmed to close attack have a crit threshold of 3 instead of 4. This is why specialties are a little bit odd the way they're worded, because a lot of them are like, you get a +1 to this. But then you'll look over here, which is like, oh, you have load carrier. You gain 4 additional encumbrance units in your combat gear and 4 more in your backpack. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna take load carrier if I'm playing support man, because now I am. There's some joy being non-combat character in a combat game. It's like you're playing a different game. Yeah, it's like, this is very much like their own, like, each of these do kind of give you different, things here, where it's like, yeah, if you want to play Sportman, taking things like load carrier, taking things like, it would be very useful, but then you have like various driver ones where it's like, oh, you're a biker, you're a racer, you are a tanker. Mobility ones, like, a lot of these are very basic, and then you just get like one that's a little bit off kilter. Like, rifleman is dumb strong in any capacity, because you just get a +1 range combat modifier to hitting people with your gun. I have the ability to shoot you better. But then you get things like what recon is. It's like, oh, you get bonus initiative. You have one step higher when directing indirect fire. You get a bunch of new locations. Yeah, it's... Yeah, you get some of these which are a little bit more exotic than others. And like Chippy here, for example, he got a pretty good like set of specialties. He's kind of terrifying, except Red Leg. Because Red Leg, if I go up here, only has heavy weapons. Gives +1 modifier to heavy weapons when firing mortars or howitzers. When the fuck is that gonna come up? Like you can get like you can just roll a bad character in this game. And it's not even like, oh, I'm playing a support character. It's like, and the thing is, being a heal bot, very difficult in this game. If you're playing a heal bot, you gotta be a combat medic. If you want to be a combat medic, you're gonna have to be a fucking gamer. I love playing combat medics. I like playing medic characters in general, because I find it fun. Because you do have to play a very different kind. Like every single action you do is immediately prefaced by, "Wait a second, is this going to put someone in harm's way? Oh no!" Yeah, combat. This is combat. Again, they kind of say, "Oh, you can do it, don't do it. Play it on a map." You draw your basic initiative, and what's going to happen here? This is a thing I noticed in Blade Runner as well. And it's a little bit odd to explain. But let's say, for example, like if we do, let me just double check real fast. From lowest to highest number. So let's say, for example, I draw a 3, you draw a 6. Now, but oh no, there's someone going here on 5. Oh no, bad man. You, combat monkey. Me, tool man. I know, I'm going to get fucked. I'm not going to be able to deal with bad man as effectively as you are, but you just drew worse than me. Damn it, what's going to happen here? What you can do is you can exchange your cards. So now I'm going on 6, you're going on 3, and that means you are now going to be able to go before the bad man and gun and kill bad man before he kills me. Manipulating your initiative is very, very fundamental to the game and kind of the beat of combat. And having that same beat to the combat is actually fairly important in this game. And the combat does work. You do get a slow action and you get a fast action. Pretty much something that takes a little bit of time and something that's going to be pretty easy to understand. Now, these are all of the various skills you're going to be making during combat for slow actions, and these are your fast actions. This is why I say having legitimately any ability to shoot a gun is very important, because you have the ability to shoot somebody. What's your combat ability? The gun. Now you can do, where it was. Oh, reloading has its own special thing you can do. But as you can kind of see here, you can make range combat checks. You're going to be making recon checks. You're going to be making medical checks. You aren't using a lot of your skills in combat. That's one thing that I did notice. And you kind of see here for like hex features, a lot of things with like how hexes work, and entering in certain locations is going to be good for you. Hey everybody, we're standing here. Let's say, for example, we're standing in a field. And oh no, there's a man coming to kill me. Oh no, what do I do? And you might say, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run either into this open field or I'm going to run into that shrub, under those shrubs. Run into the fucking shrubs. Just dive into that shit. You might still get shot, but your life is going to be a little easier for it. Or you might run into something like debris, a forest. You want to get cover right away because cover is fairly important. Possible to see cover inside hex, and if yes, typical armor level of such cover. You're not going to be able to move very far because you can move 2 hexes without rolling dice. Now, to move any further, you actually need to make a mobility check. Because yes, you need to make a mobility. So, for example, Chippy here, he's going to be making a D12. If he wants to move a 3rd hex, he's going to make a roll there. He failed. He rolled a 2 and a 3. He doesn't want to strain himself. He can only move 2 hexes. Combat has a good beat, but it can be very slow if people want to be that way. Chimp with a gun, chimp out a bad man, thanks to Toolman helping combat chimp. Yeah, like anytime, like for example, you want to make sure Chippy is going fast because Chippy is built like a brick shithouse and he is terrifying to anybody in the vicinity. Like, if Chippy is, and his 700 pounds of love are, up in your grill, you are having a 6.5-foot tall Dutchman made of pure metal, appear behind you, Omewa Shinderu, and it's like, oh, I'm going to die now. I am a dead man. I am not going to live anymore. Now, this is cover. You can go to you can choose what kind of cover you want. You can do partial or full cover, as long as the area has cover. If you are in full cover, you break line of sight. If you have partial cover, you can still fire, but you get a little bit of a bonus for it. You get a little bonus for it, but you're still you're covering yourself just as much as making sure that they can't hit you as reliably. But if you're in full cover, you can't really see them and they can't see you. I wish there was like a 3rd one here, which is like you're in like heavy cover, where it's like you can still fire at them, but they are not firing at you at all. Like, as you kind of see here, this is what I mean by maps are essential, because each of the hex areas might have different cover values. Now noticing like, wait a second, oh no. Yeah, armor level reduces damage you're going to be taking. Divided hexes, crossing barriers, barbed wire, mobility roll, mobility roll, mobility roll. Do you like mobility rolls? Various light sources, how blocking terrain works in different situations. Ambushing is terrifying in just about every kind of situation because you get pretty much a free set of combat rounds. That's the best way to kind of think about it. You get number 1 initiative card the first round of combat. Same hex of the target, +3 modifier. If you want to be efficient, in doing something, you wait in a bush until the enemy comes by, and then you light them up. Oh no, how do I deal with the enemy? You sit in a bush and shoot them. Mobility seems good. Mobility is good. Because if you want to make an optimized combat character, like a fully optimized combat monster, you are mostly going to be doing strength and agility. You can make an argument of having things such as intelligence for a little bit of recon, but generally speaking, strength and agility are going to be your go-to. If you want, you can play Command Man and sit at the back with a D12 command and just make sure people stay upright. Make sure, or like, you want to play Medic Man, you're going to pump your empathy and you're going to have high medical aid. Due to the, how do I want to word this? If you want to play a well-rounded character, you're not going to be as efficient as doing your one thing with your one skill. You want to play Tech Man, you're going to be playing Tech Man. You're going to have an A on your tech. Everything else is secondary. You want to play Gunman, though? The issue with playing gunman, who's like good at fighting, you need range combat, you need ability, you need close combat, you might need recon in there, you might need heavy weapons, you might need stamina. It's like, you need a lot to be a good, like a really like badass super soldier in this game versus playing anything else. If you're a bunch of civilians, arguably you have less ability, but more about doing your one thing you're supposed to do, and you feel more encouraged about doing your one thing you're supposed to do. The original Twilight 2000 got around this for two reasons. One, you were a bunch of military guys, just outright. There were options for playing, civilians and things like that, but they were very much secondary. You were a bunch of dudes, and you had a bunch of your military training means that you were a better military guy. You had a really high, percentage to hit with guns. You were very competent when it comes to fixing things. You knew how to drive VTOLs. You know how to drive the tank. This game, because of things have been reduced down to its kind of more core elements, you do end up with situations kind of like this, where a lot easier to kind of be everything, and everything kind of, it's hard to explain. Oh boy, I love Gears of War. Oh man, I would be a command man with a backpack. Yeah, if you want to play command man with a backpack and just have like D12 command, D12 tech, and just D12 drive. Like, if you just want to pump up these like 3 attributes and just sit behind with a rifle and go to town, yeah, no, you can. You can never ambush from a moving vehicle. Generally speaking, you want to ambush people and kill them. Kill them with a gun. They technically do work on the idea of like social combat. It does work for social combat as well. They have some things there. Your opinion, how you want to do things. Close combat, and I want to stab you. You want to stab me. I'm going to kill you. You're going to kill me. Oh no. I wonder if I can find. Okay, we'll talk about this one right now. Critical injury is a big factor of the game. If you roll above a certain value of damage, let's say for example, I have my knife. If Chippy brings out his knife, and you're kind of going back, you're looking at each other, he's gonna roll his D12 plus D10. I said he's gonna roll his D12 plus D10. I said he's going to roll his D12 plus D10. There we go. Chippy couldn't roll jack shit. I scored 2 successes there. What Chippy is going to do is his first success is going to do the base damage, and then he's going to add +1. If you aren't wearing armor and Chippy knifes you, he's done critical damage. He has lurched forward, and he has jabbed a fucking, and he has jabbed the knife into your chest, where something very valuable is, i.e. your chest, and you are now bleeding. Oh no. Critical injury is going to be the thing that's going to kill you. But every single one of your guns has guns, weapons, anything has a reliability rating, which is going to go down the more fuck-ups you roll, pretty much ones. Your knife will break. Your combat pistol will break. Your AK-5 will break. Your thing will break. Yeah, +2, close combat, defenseless targets, aim blows. Technically, you can mitigate your turn to start blocking. Like, oh no, I want to block someone who's trying to kill me. You're going in to block them. I'm trying to block you. Cling, 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 cling. Chippy's actually pretty good at blocking, blocking things because he's just built like a brick shithouse. So getting into melee combat with Chippy, death sentence. He's just going to hurt you. You want to do a diving blow. You want to shove. You want to try to disarm people. You want to try grappling. Easy enough to understand. Now, range combat, however, is the exact same way, except you have to start aiming. You want to aim, and you want to fire. You do a full combat action. If you want to just do things reliably, you're going to bring it up and you're going to shoot. Now, if you just use if you don't use your fast action, you just take a shot, such as you want to move and shoot, you're going to take a -1 or a -2 to your to things. Now, this sucks because that's a -1. That's a full die level down, and it might be 2 die levels down if you don't have the right kind of weapons. You love that backpack. The future of war was men with backpacks. They're in the trees, man. Range. Firing at higher ranges give you just flat negatives. Trying to shoot people in close combat, that's bad. Technically, using like a pistol or an SMG or a carbine or something like that, you only get a -1 modifier with it. So yeah, if someone's in the same hex as you, try to shoot them. That might work for you. That would be good. Shotguns, no negative modifier to hit. Yeah, taking a shotgun to somebody will kill them. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You're not gonna get up. One weird thing about this is that there's a fuck ton of negative modifiers to all of your range combat shit. Just about anything you do is... Oh, the target has full cover, -3 to hit. Called shot, -2 to hit. You're moving target, -1 to hit. Firing from moving vehicle, -2. Small target, -2. Elevated position, +1. You kind of see here, there really is, like... I really wish there were at least like 1 or 2 more positive modifiers. I wish aiming was not a negative modifier to not aim and more of a positive modifier if you do aim. Because what's happening now is that you are now playing the game of how do I optimize my ability to fire my gun, rather than looking for bonuses. You're trying to avoid penalty. It's a very different way of looking at combat, very different way of looking at situations. It's not, how do I want to word? You are not looking at what you should be doing, you're looking at what you can't do. Well, he's moving and I don't want to shoot him because I'll take a -1 to it. Well, I don't want to make a called shot because I can't, because that's going to be a -2 and that's going to make sure that I have like only going to be rolling like a D4, D6 or something. I can't afford that. Hey, it's dark, I don't want to shoot. Rather than, again, looking at things like, hey, I'm going to aim in an elevated position to do this. Or, hey, he's running across an open field, I now have an advantage to shoot him, so I feel more encouraged to shoot him. This is an interesting way of approaching things. Do you want to penalize people or do you want to give bonuses to people? This is a big thing when it comes to like gun combat in RPGs, which is always a lot harder because there's a lot more situations in reality in which shooting someone is hard. Guns suck. Hate to break it to everyone, guns suck. The issue is, if you do have perfect situation, if you are standing at the ideal position, there's a man in front of you with a gun, without a gun, he's standing in the middle of the white room with nothing around him, you shoot him twice with the gun, he's dead. You light up a guy, if you light up a regular guy with a fucking AK-5, he's going to be on the ground dead. There's nothing, he's not gonna get back up from it. People are like, oh, it's only a 9mm. I get a bonus to resist 9mm. You get shot 3 times in the chest with a 9mm. Doesn't fucking matter what you are. Yeah, you might get up for a few fucking seconds. No. Guns suck. Guns suck getting shot. It sucks just as much getting hurt. It's... The way that this is done, I'm not a huge fan of. And... melee combat's a little bit better, which arguably I think this is what this game kind of is ideal on. it made a little bit, like, to me, it felt a little bit nicer in Blade Runner, because Blade Runner explicitly stated that it's not about combat. And that's an important distinction. Because in Blade Runner, it's an investigation game with combat elements, because you might need to. If that synth doesn't want to go home, you're going to have to pop him. And yeah, you need to get into like an ideal situation. Makes a lot more sense. Here, combat is such an important facet of the game. Not having it is a little bit, even down to things like, hey, taking like a machine guns in general, using an LMG without a bipod is going to be a -2. You can hit friendly fire incidents. There can be friendly fire incidents. There is an entire Overwatch system. Oh boy, Overwatch. Do you love Overwatch situations? Man, I love camping in bushes waiting for the enemy to make any action, and then everyone pops up to do the same thing at once. Awesome. Okay, now this is ammo. And this is where things get weird. So, firearms or ammunition in a magazine or an ammunition belt. Types of ammo, your weapon goal indicated by the mag rating. Cool. So, firearms give you ammo dice to add to your skill roll. 6 hand-colored D6s are included in the box set. You can add as many ammo dice to your attack as you like, from 0 up to the rate of fire of your weapon, or the number of rounds left in the magazine. Pretty much, you can add as many ammo dice to your check as you want. The more ammo dice you roll, the more ammo you're rolling. And these do not contribute to hitting your target. Yeah, you're gonna be rolling a bunch of ammo dice. They don't actually do anything, because that's what I thought this was at first. When I first thought about it, is, hey, wait a second, this is a way to mitigate it. It's like, yeah, you're taking a bunch of penalties, but you're going to be adding 5-6 dice to it. Cool. No, that doesn't do that at all. So, if your attack hits each pretty much 6 on is either increase in damage or trigger additional hits in the same target. So when you do damage, you might be able to when you do hit, you might be able to do more damage to them. Or you can choose to have secondary targets get hit. There's 3 guys standing in a hex, and you light up the entire area. All of them are going to get hit. Each additional hit inflicts base damage on a random hit location, and the damage is increased by 1 for every further ammo spent on it. Yeah, like, you can just absolutely shred someone if you unload on them. But you're just going to be suppressing them more than anything if your attack misses. So kind of my initial issues still apply. Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, Noonie. We all love Overwatch, especially Overwatch 2 with its brand new heroes, the exact same ones except more expensive. Yay! Pushing and reliability. Same idea kind of applies here. You're going to be re-rolling all your fucking ammo dice. And also, all of these count for reliability issues, so there's a good chance that you might break your weapon. Like, you just might break a weapon with your ammo die, and it's like, oh, cool. Awesome. This is great. Yeah, it breaks due to the weapon. You might jam your weapon. The amount of ammo you're spending in your specific case. For example, Chippy's AK-5, as you can kind of see here, he can add up to 5. He can add up to 5 D6 to his check. So he's going to take that. Let's say, for example, he's going to roll. Let's roll. Now, I've rolled 5, and let's say I've scored 1 additional success, so I can do additional damage. I can do 1 additional damage. I'll be able to crit with it. I'll be able to do a bunch of damage to one guy. He's not having a good time. But in total, I've spent 6, 10, 14, 17, and 19. I've spent 19 ammo of my mag by just going full auto and just blasting fucker. Absolutely blasted. And I started blasting. Yeah, he'll must always keep careful track of how much ammo you have in your magazine or belt. How many magazines or ammo belts you carry. Oh boy. Yeah, each of these cost a fourth of an amp. So technically, if I wanted to like write this in correctly, I would have to write in, let's roll 4 reloads for my handgun and 2 reloads for my AK-5. So I would have to pretty much put this entire bottom row of just ammo. Each attack consumes 1 round of ammo, bows and thrown weapons. Now, this leads to suppression. If you are using, anything you do, if you're hit by enemy fire, or even if they fail to hit you, but they still roll 6s on their ammo die, you're gonna immediately make a coolness under fire check. If you succeed, nothing happens. If you fail, you're suppressed. You drop prone, you suffer stress, you lose all your actions on the next turn. You want to suppress people because you're on your ass, you're not doing anything, and you're a lot more susceptible to combat bonus, the failure. What combat really is how do I suppress you? And how do I suppress your squad? How do I suppress all of you? Because if I put one guy down, everyone else starts panicking. And that means you're not moving very fast. And that means I throw a grenade past you, lands on your face, and you explode and you die, and I laugh. Odd. Yeah, right there. Like, even getting hit a few times, like, it's Jover. Blast attack damage is pretty bad. How much damage it can possibly do. Again, to give you an idea, Chippy is built like a brick shit house. He has 6 health. That is the most amount of health you can have. Taking 4 damage is like, oh, you're just dead. Oh, hey, you're in a minefield. You explode, you die. Unmodified damage rating of the mine. It's just bad. Roll for mobility instead of heavy weapons. Kind of see the maximum range is short. Pull the pin on before throwing the grenade. Yeah. Various different kinds of ammo when it comes to kind of heavy weapons, deviation works, damage. But one of the big things that if you do take damage, you're going to have to make a hit location. You've been shot. Where do I get hit? I get hit in 3 in my torso. Owie zowie, my body waddy. How much penetration is done? What's the penetration limit? What's going on? How are we doing this? If you penetrate your armor, oh no, how much damage are we trying to mitigate here? As you see, I have 1 damage rating on my torso. A piece of armor penetrated by an attack, roll d6 base die. Most things don't have penetration, but your armor's going to get worse and worse over time. This does lead me to a funny thing which comes to the killing blow. If you want to kill a identified incapacitated person who is defenseless, you have to make a roll and fail an empathy check. If you roll fails, you do kill the victim. You suffer 1 point of stress. Cold blood is not easy. Now, Chippy, hilariously enough, Chippy is probably the best of just taking out motherfuckers. Just gunning motherfuckers down. A man goes down. Oh no, I'm bleeding to death. I'm like incapacitated. I'm like, babbling incoherently. I'm like really fucked up. I rolled a critical failure. Bang, I feel happy. To me, it was Tuesday. Yeah, you need to fail an empathy check to not do that. So if you have a really high empathy, things get literally harder for you to kill down enemies. I find that I always find it interesting anytime games do like you have to fail to do this. Unless you have the killer specialty, which you can kill defenseless enemies without negative effects. You should still do it. You still take stress, but again, Chippy should get 10 experience points and then take Killer, and he will be able to gun motherfuckers down easy. You know, damage the NPCs. Most minor NPCs are going to go down pretty quickly. They're automatically triggered for suppression. Now, this is critical injuries. Oh no, you've taken enough damage, you know, to do some, do things. Damage attack exceeds a weapon's crit threshold by 2 steps or more. The critical injury is severe. It means roll 2 d10s is the highest result. Oh no. What do these crit injuries look like? Let's say, for example, oh no, you've been shot in the head. What's going to happen here? Oh, you rolled a 4. Your teeth are shattered. It's not lethal. You have -2 persuasion for 15 days, effectively. Like you are not doing too hot. But let's say, oh no, it was a critical injury. Let's see. Dead. I rolled a 10. Brains blown out, instant death. Anything that is lethal, you're going to need to slowly and steadily take time to try to fix them. So if you get, let's say, for example, a gouged eye, every shift you're going to have to make a survival check. And you're going to need to make that survival check to try to try to live. I believe it's which was it? It's a not healing crits. It's a medical aid, right? No, where are you? Let me just double check. Yeah, you're going to need to be making a medical aid check to keep them alive. Yeah. Ta-da! Yeah, even taking a little bit of damage can really fuck your day up. Or, hey, your arm, let's say, oh no, your arm, 4, dislocated your elbow. You can't use two-handed weapons. That includes almost every single rifle in the game. You know, it's like, oh, owie zowie, I'm bad situation. This sucks. You can be starving, hypothermic, sleep deprived. Everything in the game is either going to be hurting you or killing your stress. You go for stress, over here, start trembling, you become sullen, you begin getting nightmares, you become nocturnal. 10% for a reroll of a new character. Pog. Yeah. Because again, this is the idea of like you taking a critical injury with a gun, and you shouldn't be fighting if you really don't need to, unless you have a good advantage to it. Chemical warfare. Hey, you've taken chemical warfare. You want to take a nerve agent rolls? Cool, nerve agents. Woo! Radiation, kind of the same way. If your radiation gets too high, you're gonna start taking radiation sickness, and that radiation sickness is going to pretty much fuck your day up, because it makes everything you do harder. It pretty much, like, Chippy beginning the game already had 2 permanent radiation. So let's say, for example, he gets 4 radiation outright. 4 radiation outright. Let's see if I have to make this. So every time I lose a rat, so let's say, for example, I rolled a 5, I'm good. Goes away. I rolled a 6, goes away. I rolled a 3, goes away. And I roll a 1. Oh no, that means a permanent piece of radiation sticks to my body because napalm sticks to kids. Yeah. Ta-da! Yeah, more rad's bad. I'm trying to remember where the fuck the yeah, medical aid. You want to stabilize people. That's what I'm. Specific time. Yeah. But yeah, no, welcome to combat. And hey, hey kids, want to learn about typhus? Yay, typhus! Hey, you want to learn about dysentery? Yay! You want to learn about plague? Cool! Learn about cholera. Oh man, I love cholera. Yeah, there's gonna be dedicated doctor man in this game. You ain't Rambo, you were the guy probably doesn't survive in Predator. Yeah, vehicle combat. There's an entire section on vehicle combat, and vehicles are fairly important because playing the last tiger in Poland is possible. You can just play a bunch of guys in a tank. If you want to play a bunch of criminals who just hijacked a Soviet, if you want to play five men and a dog in a tank, go for it. I cannot stop you. The big thing with tank damage, though, is you have to manage, are you getting hit from the front, side, the sides? Are you hitting it from the rear damage? Where are your weapon mounts? Can you fire out of weapons? Hey, but you've been damaged. You've got hit by actual damage. We're gonna roll. Oop. Bash my mic. And you've been penetrated. The driver gets hit. How? Or external stores get hit. You might lose a little bit of items, or the driver has been turned into potatoes. Yeah, it's like, oh, cool. Suffer the effects of, going up against small arms fire as a vehicle, not really dangerous. It's really not dangerous. And, but going up against anybody else, going up against other vehicles, one shot can kill you. One good shot can kill you. Yeah, it is dangerous. Stabilizers, fire control systems, gunner commanders, radios. But again, you have a tank, so why don't you kill them first? Yeah, why don't you just kill them first? Expose passengers. You want to do horses. You want to go on boats. Boy, boats. Yeah, now we get to various gear. Everything is traded in, obviously, ammo. That's kind of the basic ammo type you have to work with. Everything is kind of based on bartering a little bit. Supplies quantities, vehicle maintenance, you're going to be needed to make a tech roll. Someone has to be the tech guy. That's, if you have a vehicle, someone is going to be the tech guy. We're gonna roll thump lousy dice you have, huh? Yeah, getting hit even a few bad times, ugh. Jerry rigging, gun care. Every week in which you have used a firearm at least once, you must spend a stretch servicing it and make a tech roll. If you don't, the roll fails, reliability rating drops. Yeah. Your guns might just break because you don't have good tech. Sorry, you've used your gun 3 times in this fun, and your gun's just breaking down. Various melee weapons, as you can kind of see here, melee, knife damage, clubs, spiked bats, machetes, bayonets, various civilian firearms, police pistol, combat pistol, shotgun, zip guns. Now, if you kind of see here, there's a lot of similarity in how they do things, such as the M1911 and the M9 have 1 point of damage difference and a higher mag for the M9. That's really it. The M16, the M4, you want to do an M16A2 or an M4A1. Pick your poison for which kind of guns you want. They're all available. They're all right here. The problem is the numbers are so low. You are fundamentally not doing a... The numbers are so small that the amount of damage you can do individually usually can't be too extreme. And that's just something you kind of gotta accept. I went with the AK-4. I went with a basic battle rifle from Sweden. Mostly because it was a maximum license from Sweden. It's a German G3 battle. Actually, no, I went with AK-5, not the AK-4. AK-5, you can kind of see here. Belgian FNC assault rifle, manufactured under license. Developed in the early 1980s, replacement for the Belgian aging FN FALs of other nations, including Sweden and Indonesia. You can see its abilities right here. Now, the AK-5 is very good. It has good damage, has good crit potential, has good range, most importantly, decent mag size, doesn't suffer from any armor problems, and is pretty light, all things considering. It, however, is pretty much comparable to an M16, roughly. You want to get Polish weapons. Like, sometimes they even just, like, outright, like, just have similar guns because it's just how it was back in the day. A lot of things use the same kind of weapons. You can use the free arm of the, the arm of the free world. As long as the M2 kills you in one shot. But let's see with the M2. Let's go to the M2 real fast. All the way back in time. Hello. Where is the M? Well, there's the M21. Do we have an M2? Or we had an M2? M203. We have an M2? I don't think we do. Yeah, PSG 61. Yeah, if you want to play again, have the free, the arm of the free world. You can do that. You want to do the FAMAS? You can have a FAMAS. Funny Uzis. Panzerfaust. Various different kinds of hand grenades out there. Various different types of artillery, howitzers, heavy weapons. Mines. You want to have a bunch of mines. That's possible. You can just make a technical if you want. If you just want to make a technical, it's entirely possible. You want to play a pickup truck? Go for it. Get in the fucking pickup truck and start hauling ass. Here's a Humvee. M13, the Bradley. You want to play in an Abrams? Cool. You want to play the UAZ, you want to be in a T-Series. Cool, look at I can get a T-80. Oh boy, a T-80. I can't take the Swedish vehicle seriously. I mean, look at this fucking thing. Look at it. Look at it. It looks like a Tonka truck. A little tiny fucking Tonka truck. Various different kinds of body. Armor really, all armor really does is reduce the amount of damage you take by its value. Now, interestingly enough, for example, the combat pistol, you get armor +1. If you have armor, you're going to mitigate damage from it. If you don't have armor, you aren't. Combat pistol, like, doesn't do a lot of damage. Like, all things considering. But it's really good if you just don't have any armor. But if you just don't have, weapons, yeah, shoot them, fuck it. And yeah. So we have military radio, civilian gear, observation gear, protective gear, lots of gears and stuff. You can technically have your own stills. Go for it. You want to have a bunch of alcohol fuel? Awesome. Cool. You want to have electricity? You want to have car batteries? Want to have some generators? Field gear? Because one of the bigger things is you may establish home base. If you establish home base, you now have a home that you can go back to consistently. You're going to be building up this base as your home base. This is a stretch goal. And you could say, okay, like like, what do we need to do? What's an infirmary? We need basic tools and alcohol fuel. Cool. It takes about a week to build. Where we need stamina for the builder, medical aid for a general practitioner. Cool. Hey, we need a lookout point. What are we gonna do? Your lookout point. We need basic tools. How are we gonna do that? We need stamina. Stamina is just the absolute best thing you can physically get if you have this. By the way, you want to build up a home base? Invest in stamina. But you may not want to. You want to build weapons? Ta-da! You can. Now this is traveling. We actually talked about traveling quite extensively when we were working on Enter the Dawn. This is the amount of tiles you're going to be moving consistently. This is your bonus to your driving check. How foraging works, how hunting works, how scrounging works. You're going to be moving at during a shift by shift basis. So it's going to be morning, day, evening, and night. And every time you're allowed to set up shop, and instead of moving, you can start gathering. You're going to watch, resting. That's important by itself. Marching. Generally speaking, the more you do, the less you're moving. But you may not want to move, because you can move pretty consistently. Like, pretty easily move from point A to point B. The issue is just, it takes time, it takes resources that you may not have. And you're going to probably do some driving mishaps. Things are going to go wrong. Crouching, foraging. This is kind of like some of the stuff that you can, like, find, quote unquote. It's like, oh, hey, what's some of the cool stuff I can find? Let's roll the dice. Let's roll the dice, team. Woo! Where's the dice? 34. We rolled 34. We got a fantasy novel, a very thick fantasy novel. Cool. You want to find a shopping cart? You want to play Hobo Wars with me? Yeah, cool. What you can break it down into, what you can't break it down into. Yellow copy of Twilight 2000 RPG First Edition. Hunting. What animals you find, what animals you don't find, what fishing is looking like, what happens when you can't. There's a lot of stuff here. I think that's really my opinion on Twilight 2000. There's a lot of things with this game that you can, if you want, go really deep into. If you want to go real deep and real hardcore into Twilight 2000, you really can. The problem is that the game is Year Zero. If you really like the Year Zero engine, then yeah, this is going to work really well for you. And there's even in the Game Master Guides an entire solo section. A lot more lore, a lot more ideas, kind of how to make the game yours. If you want a little bit more of that crunched things, you want a little bit more of that bite, you're not really going to get it here. Because this is more taking Twilight 2000 and stretching it over Year Zero rather than making this its own thing. And I don't know if that's kind of a fault of the writers, if that's a fault of the system, or if what? Am I like a huge fan of this game? I don't really know. It's hard to get like a firm, like super big opinion on this because I don't think you can play this. I'm the commander, so I will be the GM. I don't think you can play this for a very long time. I think that's like the big thing there. I don't think you can play this for like a mega campaign. Like by the time you establish home base, maybe you do a season or two, like a season of just home base shenanigans, and then that's it. You might be able to make this like a really big campaign and do stuff with it, but I really don't know how long it will last. That's the thing. I even got to notice this with the Blade Runner RPG. If you play the Blade Runner RPG, you can do it with like 2-3 investigations and have a pretty good campaign arc. This one feels a little less like that, just because it's a little bit lighter in some respects, but a little bit denser, but really not. It's Year Zero. I do plan on doing a Year Zero case, because I think that will be a little bit interesting to talk about. But that brings us to our next game. Yes, we got multiple games to go over today. We're going to do a game that's a little bit lighter. Welcome to Michael T. Dessing's Army Ants Legacy Edition. Yes, we need some help with this one, just to explain what we're looking at here. So we're going to recruit Mjolk into the ranks. All right, team. What is Army Ants? What the fuck is this game? Michael T. Dessing's Army Ants is a guy by this company, Splintered Realms Publlishing. Weirdly enough, you can technically buy the comic book if you want to buy the comic book, because this is originally a comic book thing. Yeah, this is it's one of those kind of odd ones. This game, the Legacy Edition, came out in a while ago. But if we do a little bit of digging on things, this is Splintered Realms, or the Splintered Realm, otherwise known as T. Dessing. He is we'll get to that. He is how do I want to word this nicely? Artist, author, person. Yeah, he's really only known for Army Ants. Like, that's the thing that like brings it up most frequently. I did a little bit of trying to find a little bit more digging on the guy. I couldn't really find anything. However, if you do, let me see if I can find his Kickstarter for everything. This is his Kickstarter. This is the Michael T. Dessing Army Ant War Effort back in 2013, year of our Lord 2013. You see PDF both of the books, but this wasn't just the RPG. This was also his comics. And yeah, you can kind of see go clean up all the art, over 400 pages, tighten up some of the narrative bits. Apparently he's been working on Army Ants for years. Like, the first edition of this game came out in like the 80s, like in like the 90s. Like, I wonder if I can find like the exact same, core rules, DAA, the Army Ants RPG, putting together a unified dynamic game system. Like, where was the thing that I saw? Like, it's weirdly huge of the amount of. Yeah, okay. First book I sent out $50 is second edition from 1998, third edition from 2006. However, Legacy is updated second edition. Now, I looked a little bit at what this guy had done before. Really, you have things like Shakespeare Deathmatch and this teaching Ted, not common at the core. This is his big game currently, is Saga of the Splintered Realm. I asked Luca about it. Luca didn't really know anything about it. Looks like it's more like a world building thing, I guess. I don't really know. Looks like it's an very classic OSR game. Nothing too exciting back in 2014. Shakespeare Deathmatches is one of his other games. Didn't really make that much money, but it's more like a card game. This was yeah, this is funding unsuccessful. As you see here, he did a bunch of things there. You see, like, I'm a high school English teacher and theater director in Western New York. Publishing Bane's comics for almost 2 decades. And if we go here, this brings us to a dead site. It doesn't go anywhere. All right. But yeah, welcome to Michael Dessing. Cool. High school in... He makes teaching comics. And he wanted $10,000. He wanted $10,000 in 2016. Oh boy. Oh boy. Spiders with tears instead of getting reptiles Godzilla for them. Yes, you joke, but yes. Now, weirdly enough, this is Army Ants Twilight. Now, this has come out in 2020. What if the BNX engine was used to create a mashup of certain 1980s paramilitary post-apocalyptic game, another game set in the world of rampaging mutants, coolest elite military unit comic of all time? Yeah. He remade it. He remade his old game as an OSR game. Yeah, he remade this as an OSR game, which I think is a little bit odd. You can buy the comics if you find them interesting, if you want. Everything's right here. Could I find anything else about the guy? Could I find the original editions? No. Cupcake Scouts the RPG. I guess that's... Ta-da! Ta-da! You want a solo framework for superhero gaming, Stalwart Age, RPG? Never really heard of any of these things. Usually they're pretty cheap, all things considering. He's still going on. Like, here's the thing. He's still, like, clearly going on and making stuff. And I do enjoy that. Like, this is even pretty recent. Like, this is today even he posted this. This is literally today he posted this. But yeah, this is Michael T. Dessing. This is really what this guy is known as. Doesn't look like any of his OSR stuff for Army Ants have really sold at all. But hey, that's the fun part, right? This is why we're here. We look at the weird. We examine the strange. But yes, welcome to Mjolk. So I'm gonna give you the best way to explain the setting. See if I can find a good image to really set the tone. Let me see. Can I find a good one to yes, here we go. So, someplace around the world, there has been a fairly consistent war going on between the Ant Republics and the Wasp Empire. Not the Wasp Empire, yeah, the Wasp Empire. They hate one another. And they've been going to war for so long that they've invented things such as guns. And they've been fighting one another fairly consistently. If you look at here, generally speaking, various other bugs have been aligned with the wasps. Some have been aligned with the fly empire. Some have even been allied with the ants. However, that's really all you really need to know. Wasps are bad. Kill all the wasps. Kill wasp. Kill wasp. Roundhouse kick wasp. Break a wasp's head on a fucking pike. Total wasp death. You know how it goes. Yeah, very small from the ladybug files. We'll get to the ladybugs. Yeah, this is also a full war. There's also a full war game in the back. Just don't question the war game in the back. So, they kind of go over the very basic ideas of everything, but I'm going to explain the system to you right now. System is you set up the dice from D4 to D12. One die, you'll roll one die for any action, result, or resistance you make relative to the power. Okay, easy enough to understand. D10 is 10-sided, blah, blah, blah. If you roll a 1, You botch. Everyone makes fun of you. You suck, everyone hates you, but if you roll a maximum, the die explodes. You roll a d6 and you come up a 6. Oh my god, you rolled a 6. Roll the dice again, roll the dice again. Now, easy enough to understand. A vast majority of the time, you're only going to be rolling 1, maybe 2 dice, depending on the situation, such as when it comes to primary and secondary dice. So, for example, a grenade might have a primary die, and then it's going to have its secondary die. Cool. It just adds to whatever it is. The big thing what you have to do is manage your character points. Building blocks of all creatures and characters. These are going to be the most important thing for you, and every time you level up, because yes, there are levels, you're going to be increasing, you're going to get a little bit more, just a little bit more XP. And that little bit more XP is going to let you build up your abilities, build up your traits, get more weapons, get more things, and generally have a better time of your life. Now, as you can kind of see, attribute die, rank, CP cost, and descriptor. So, as you basic, very simple, easy to understand here. D4, D6, D8, D10, D12. As you can see, average is D4. D6 is talented. You're trained. You're exceptional. You are pretty damn good. Mjolk here, on the other hand, is pretty, above average. He's got pretty decent stats across the board. Alright, easy enough to understand. Traits, however, are your +1s, if that makes sense. Now, if you have a +1, you just get to add whatever your bonus is. Cool. So, for example, my medic is 2, so I get to roll whatever my mind is and add +2, which is very good. Which, in a game where you might be rolling 1d6, yeah, being able to roll a fucking +2 is going to make you better at life. So, always modifies an attribute roll, to the appropriate attribute die result. There. Fucking speak. Now, CP costs. Of course, we've got God bless CP costs. One of the weirder things about this game is the idea of feats. Every character is going to have a feat. Anything that is not governed by a trait, you're instead going to use whatever your feat is. And your feat is effectively a proficiency bonus. If you've ever heard of D&D 5th edition, you know what a proficiency bonus is. Now, at level 1, you're going to start with 1 feat plus 1 feat. So, oh no, I need to figure out something really fast. I'm going to be making a d6 plus 1 feat. I rolled a 6. I rolled a 5 plus 1 equals 6. Cool. Done. Easy. As you can see here, feat modifier is going to pretty consistently just go up. Now, feat is part of the opposed roll. You must exceed your foe's attack result in order to dodge. Whenever your feat against a situational difficulty target, feat or equal. Because most of the times is going to be a flat difficulty to succeed against something. It's just going to be a target number. Or an opposed roll. And you might say, make a mind feat. Make a body feat. Make a prowess feat. Make a thing feat. And they might roll a bonus. You might need to make a modifier to dodge. You might have to do something there. Yeah. Easy enough to understand. You're going to get a handful of different, character points to play around with. Here's some basic clout. Little clout. Which is effectively your currency. And that's really it. Now, you can take a number of hits, but they're usually very low. Every time you level up, you're going to be adding whatever your body die is to it. So, for example, if I level up right now, if Mjolk hits level 2, he's going to roll d4, and he's going to add 1 HP, because he rolled a fucking 1. This does mean your hits can extend rapidly, but it can also mean that you're not really have anything at all. Kinda sucks. Soaks reduce how much damage you're going to be soaking. You're not really going to have a lot of that, mostly for enemies, with the possibility of having shit like invulnerability, where they can just ignore hits. Like, you just ignore damage, you do. Like, oh, that's cool. I love this. I love just getting my damage ignored by evil fucking army ants. Awesome. Body's pretty standard stuff. Mind's pretty standard stuff. Prowess is just better. Prowess is just better, because this is the weird thing with prowess, that you can use your prowess instead of your body performing physical acts if it's higher. Welcome to the ladybugs in skin tight outfits. We don't talk about that, do we? All right, cool. That's how you make a character. I understand completely why he shifted to an OSR framework after this particular game, because that OSR framework, you can even see it in his original version. Let's just say that. And that original version of the game is this. This is like his intended experience for the game, which is very light, and I like the art. It has a nice little look to it, but others may not. You're pretty much going to be taking an action against the defender's prowess feat. There's nothing like an AC. There's nothing like a +4 or whatever. It's like you gotta beat something. All it is going to be opposed rolls when it comes to combat. So Mjolk here. Mjolk needs to make a aim. He's gonna need to shoot the bad man. He's gonna take his prowess +1 for aiming. He's gonna roll. He rolled a 6. Total of 6. The enemy, let's say he has a 6 as well. He's going to be making a prowess feat. He rolls. He rolled a 5 +1. He wins. The defender wins. Mjolk misses the shot. That's it. Easy enough to understand. You hit, you're going to do damage. Most damage is pretty low, all things considering. You can see here, this is like a basic handgun. Only does D4 damage. You might barely do anything, but it's like, oh, hey, it might not do that much, but, dice radio web, but it's like, oh, hey, you can also do, add a lot more damage to things as well, where it's like, wait a second, wait a second, D8 +2 damage right off the bat? Yeah, you could just kill something right off. It's pretty fucking deadly overall. Movements are actually measured in centimeters. You can try to hit things beyond your range, but you have to make a more difficult check to attempt to hit people farther and farther away from it. Grenades and other thrown weapons. Beginning an encounter, everyone needs to make spirit feats to try to get, who's getting, everyone needs to make a check to see who's in stealth, who's not in stealth. Now, those things are represented by missions, encounters, and rounds. Kind of similar to that. Overall, though, most things are going to be happening in encounters and rounds. What's going on? How are we resolving the thing going on? Hey, we need to complete minor actions. Hey, we need to do something here. Most things are pretty simple in this game, all things considering. Not trying to be anything fun and exciting. It's trying to be effectively an OSR game. Not exactly the most colorful game either. If you fall down, a couple decent hits. I would say this game is very, very simple. And that very simple game can sometimes get a little bit wonky. And, you determine your serial number, what's your quote. Now, basic level, you're going to start at level 1. That's your basic level that you're going to get. And that's actually how you earn your name. Because that's a big idea of this, because you are actually literal fucking army ants. You need to go to war because that's what you're literally built to do. You don't have a name. A vast majority of the other ants don't have names. They're unthinking. They are ants, for God's sakes. You get a name by virtue of being that way. You might get a real name, you might not. Who knows? You are above the common stock. When you increase the level, you might get a promotion, you might get more clout, you get more body die. You get shot, you're gonna get more shit. Get more things. I'm trying to think of like what would be like interesting to talk about with this game, because there really isn't that much to talk about, because it's effectively an OSR game. If you really want to break it down, and it's all the similar beats to a standard OSR game. If you've ever played one of those before, you kind of already know what you're getting into of the similar beat to things. If you got the beat, you kind of know how this game already plays. If you understand how that game is going to be playing, it's going to be fairly deadly, things are pretty high damage. It's a lot more about using a very simple framework to tell a story. You're going to might like this. You're going to might like this. You might like this. You might not. Because you do get your own specialty. What the fuck am I talking about? Now, these specialties are, for lack of a better word, your classes. And they give you a kind of a starting build. You don't really have that much to work with. And they don't want you to be too creative with things. Like, they don't want you to be creative. So, for example, you can play an armor. You want to be a tech guy. Hey, you want to play a commando. You want to play a communications guy. Covert operations. You want to play in the infantry. You want to play a pilot. You want to play a ranger. Go recon. Mjolk ended up being if I remember correctly, a communications guy. He became a comm officer, effectively. Because I'm like, oh, I'm going to try to make like a combat medic. I didn't know how to make a combat medic, because that's not really an idea in this game. But, yeah, this is kind of how he looks. You do get, like, required attributes, and you should always bump up your attributes at least a little bit, because you need to. Do I know why that's just not a default? No, I don't know why. I have no fucking clue. You just can't. Now, various traits in alphabetical order. When you are not required to take any particular traits, you should consider aim or melee. Everyone does all ants get Moxie for free in your special favored trait. So, aeronautics, aim. Always take aim. Every single time take aim. Do not think about not taking aim. Simple as is. Take it. You get a +3, you actually start getting special abilities. Cool. Driving, explosives, intelligence. How does security information work? So you kind of see here, like, these are the difficulty target numbers. Not really difficult to hit anything in particular. Like, oh no, I need to make an intelligence roll. It's going to be D6, and anytime if I roll a 6, I'm going to explode my die. And it's like, okay. Leadership, luck. Luck is not Moxie, which is odd. You know, the thing is, luck is not treated as a standard trait like everything else. Though you do end up in situations like this where it's like, oh, if you're a mechanic, you get benefits for doing things outside of everything else. It's like, oh. Huh? Huh? Nanny? Yeah, you're kind of seeing the, certain ones have different abilities with them. And every single thing has its own ability and its own ideas with it. So these aren't just skills, but some of them are just skills. That's kind of the thing that kind of drive me up the wall a little bit. Some of these are just skills. Technology is just a skill. Medic actually contributes to your field aid kits and how to actually bring people back from death. Like, oh, you can also become magic. You also have magic. Why is there magic in the Army Ants game? Michael T. Desing, why is there magic? Well, I know why there's magic, because in setting, spiders, fun fact, spiders are magic. Yeah, that's the literal explanation in setting, is that spiders are magic. They almost all of them have some kind of mentalism that allows them to type in tap into the natural flow of the universe. I'm like, cool. Awesome. This is Moxie. Now, Moxie allows you to forcefully cause dice to explode. And you can also use it to take a turn at any time. This counts as a resource. Moxie is a completely different resource to use, which I think is really dumb. I say this nicely, I think this is really, really dumb. Because this is a meta currency, similar to luck, but it's slightly different. And oh hey, you can also use Moxie to, use it for reaction rolls. Or oh god, if you're using munitions. Awesome. I love having random bonuses to my munition score, which do something completely fucking different. It's like, oh god. Mystic aspects, you want to find nature stuff, savagery of how to pretty much 1v1 people you don't like, speed, stealth, technology. You should invest in speed because it allows you to move farther. What? Yeah, there's a lot of things here for my little army ants. Spiders are magic. Yeah, the weird thing is like half the traits feel like more like perks than they are traits personally. Because then you get some like aim, which is just +1. You add +1 to shooting. Technology, you add +1 to your tech roll. But then you get Moxie, which Moxie allows you to forcefully explode things, allow you to take extra turns, gives you pretty much different abilities. Medic makes you heal more, which, oh, this is important, as well as be a flat bonus. It's like, okay, this is kind of odd. Anytime you do level up, you can try to make a promotion roll using your mind plus your leadership. You want to, the more you get promoted, the more stuff you end up getting. Cool, this is neat. The thing is though, rank doesn't mean jack shit. Rank just means the amount of clout you get, which is big. Because if you kind of see up here, you have 4 pretty much tracks, you could say. 4 tracks of development. If you are an enlisted soldier, every time you earn a position, you're going to get 25 clout, pretty much $25 to get more gear. You're an officer, however, you get more clout per thing, but it's a lot harder. You're a warrant officer, you have very limited progression, but you can move up very quickly and you get a lot for it. So, specialist, you just, however you level up, you get a little bit of extra clout. So, for example, you start out as a private. You make a check. You hit 6. You're now private first class, you get 25. Okay, now we have to make another roll. You're a lance corporal. You now get 25 extra ones. You're a lance corporal. You gotta make a DN10, TN10 roll. You're corporal now. However, officers are 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17. Like, yeah, it's very difficult to get up there, especially when you're rolling like a D-fucking-6. However, warrant officers are 9, 12, and 15. But you get, pretty much you're going to get 150 out of this. Actually, no, you would get 225. If I'm, 75 plus 75, that would be 150, 225, yeah. You end up with about 225 clout at the end of your warrant officer track, which is a lot more than up here, but you just aren't really, you're getting everything a lot faster. It's various insignias. You might get bonuses, you might get, special medals. The more medals you get, cool. You can use these to get bonus clout. You might be able to get these bonus promotion rolls. Awesome. The Gold Medal of Honor. The absolute biggest one is the Queen's Heart Medal. Most prestigious award may be given. This medal is typically awarded acts of direct service to the Queen. 100 clout, +1 to all future promotion rolls, and you want to get as many of these fucking things as possible. But more decorations allow you to get more things to kind of like slap onto the back of your nature of who you are. Hey, if I have +5 in my medic, I am technically referred to as a medical doctor. They don't really do anything. Like, they don't do anything, but this is an important thing to understand. They really separate you in the idea of a proficiency of who you are as a character. If you have a +3 in medic, you're a certified field surgeon. People fucking know that you are the field surgeon. Hey, if you have a melee +5, you're a black belt. You're a pathfinder. Yeah, it's things like that. Including my favorite. Oh, jeez. Bogies, how wake up, scream, go back to sleep. Army ant life. Gotta love the army ants. The ants have their own munitions. AM-38s, the AM-10 auto pistol. You can't technically use anything above this if you have a low body. My favorite, the AM-15 submachine gun. Standard issue light rifle, the Ant Army. If we want to have a medium weapon, which a vast majority of times, if you end up with a D8, you're burning everything to get that. You can't really start with a standard weapon. Why? I don't fucking know. Yeah, the M6's core weapon of the Ant Army infantry units. I have no idea why it's so difficult to get like a standard assault rifle. Don't know. Because the weird thing is, if we go all the way back up here to how much clout you end up, to get to a D8, you have to spend 3 of your starting 6. And you need to use that to get other things, but you have to remember that everything else stays at 4. So to even get up to like get up to like confident levels, like if I wanted to stay like in this situation, for example, I would have to pretty much bring one other thing down to D4 and take away one of my traits, which are important. They say like you need to take aim, you need to take this. Your budget is very light in this game. I wish they gave you a little bit more creation points to start off with, just a little bit more. You can get a flamethrower though. Doesn't matter anything else. You can get a flamethrower. Machine guns, bazookas, more flamethrowers, more grenades. You can throw Willy Pete at your enemy. Have no fear. I do love throwing my Willy Pete at fucking spider nest. Various explosives. Detonators, special range weapons, various aid kits, soldier uniforms. Oh boy, I sure do love getting my fatigue set up. Yes, they also have cybernetics. Yeah, don't question why we have heavy cybernetics in this game, but yeah, you can become a cyborg. Don't think about it too hard. You can reduce the cost by having all the power be external, which does mean that you can get shot and have your cybernetics taken out. Various vehicle purchasing you can do. You can kind of mix and match on how to make your vehicle the way you want it to. It's exactly the way you think it is. Because the weird thing is, they use the same stats for everything. Armor, control, speed, all these things. They use the same stats. These are technically 10 times the value of whatever an ant is. So to do, oh, I'm going to shoot you with a gun. They have 20 armor. You aren't going to deal damage to them. You're going to need something bigger. Hey, how do we deal with an armored car? How do we deal with a medium battle tank? I believe that's just an icon from like Noun Project. This is also one of the very few games that allow you to play entirely a mixture of aviators. Yeah, if you just want to play a bunch of aviators and just bomb wasps into the fucking Stone Age, you can. Nothing will stop you. Not a single goddamn thing is going to stop you. Who are you? So scale. Yeah, we have the various ant society. It's funny because the idea is you have to have an unending war. The queen has literally put up an unending war. Because you have army ants, and army ants only serve to kill. That's their only thing. You know, giving her army ants a purpose. Ants believe there's only one war. The war has been fought for all time and will continue to be fought until the last day. War pits the Ant Republic against the Wasp Empire. Yep. We've always been at war with Eurasia. Are you telling me ants live in a society? They do live in a society, Noonie. That's the best part. They live in a society, and that society is war. War never changes. Various mission types. You can go full. You can change the entire genre of this at a hat. You know, at the drop of a hat. Doesn't fucking matter. Like, go nuts. Like, it's all it is like a very certain kind of like 50s like comic strip. That's what he was trying to go for. And remember, this guy writes teacher web comics. This is what this guy does. He's a fucking teacher from New York. He's a high school teacher. It's just like, yeah, this is what I do. I have an entire series of like fucking army ant, wartime comic strips. I'm like, all right, cool, fuck it. Never say never. This is what I mean by like, this is a lizard. You want to fight a lizard, and you're fighting dinosaurs effectively. And it's like, I'm going to kill a dinosaur with my M16. Awesome. Fuck it. Kino. Never knew this was going to be as Kino as I thought it was going to be. Awesome. Yeah, villains, how to create villains, cartoon physics. Yeah. It's a little bit wonky. They kind of talk about like how to balance encounters and things like that. Balancing encounters is mostly built on total XP. The more XP you have, the roughly lower levels your enemies should be. The more XP, the more roughly equal levels they should be. They even kind of say like a moderate challenge is a little bit lower than the soldier group because they want you to feel challenged. They want you to feel pretty strong. Level 4, level 5, and level 7 is exploring a cave and attacked by 2 field mice. Total XP is 573, making this a level 10 group. Yeah, because it is very possible to have different XP levels very consistently. And just because of like, hey, you get better role playing, you are better at doing your particular thing, you might get more for contributing more to a resource. They want you to have slightly different, especially of how mulchable the enemies are. Let's just call it a spade, how mulchable you are, because you can die immediately. Like, you can get immediately just bodied in this game. And they kind of anticipate that. See all the fucking you want to play other characters, you can. You want to play Beatles, go for it. Play Commando Arnold Schwarzenegger Beatles. It's Schwarzenegger Beatles. Want to play crickets? Cool. Crickets. They all look stupid. They all look like weird clay people. Cricket Legionnaires. You want to play the weirdly... You don't understand, sir. I need to make the ladybugs with skin-tight black suits. Skin-tight clothing with massive badonkers. You don't understand. Sir, they're a fucking bug. You don't understand. It's essential. Yeah, this is called essential gaming. If you know, if the ladybugs don't have a giant gadonkers, I mean, what's the fucking point? Potato bugs, they use karate. They use karate. Various antlions, butterflies, ambush bugs with guns, Black Widow and fuck the bumblebees, by the way. Bumblebees work for the wasps. Centipedes, cockroaches, where would be... Pretty much every kind of bug out there is actively just a type of person, usually with a gun. You want to play a housefly? Yeah, technically, houseflies are some of the scariest bastards around because their empire collapsed and they're like, oh no, what are we doing with all these illegal guns? Oh no! I've dropped all my illegal firearms. Yeah, as you can see, Stinger munitions. Citadel of a Chimera, a beehive. The Fly Confederacy, yeah. The Flies literally unleashed every single one of their massive war machines of FK-47 assault rifle. Effectively, the, is this a reference to that French cartoon, the superhero ladybug one? No, this is a lot older than that. I'm assuming it's a reference to some older comic book characters. That's my guess anyway. The Fly Confederacy are the Soviet Union that collapsed. Because every single warlord in the setting has FK-47s. Every single one of them. Yeah. God bless them. You wanna use an FK-0 light tank? Awesome. Let's fucking go. Bats, fuck bats. Blue jays are scary. Chameleons. This is one of the very few games to have crabs as an enemy. You want to play versus a crab? Prepare to die. Their pincers have a +6, by the way, and they are vehicle scale enemies, where you have to bring up your fucking tank to try to kill a crab. They can get bigger, by the way. Yeah, they can get bigger, and they will tear you a new asshole. Yeah, even like a bunch of field mice can take a lot of damage before going down because guess what? They are mice. You are a fucking ant. Garter snakes are effectively dragons setting. You tear a single garter snake lay within an anthill, consuming its entire populace. Yeah, garter snakes are terrifying. It has 6. This is a level 30 enemy with 666 HP. Has all mentalism aspects, all mysticism aspects, and is vehicle scale. Yeah, one hit from him and you die. Like, it's just how it be. Turtles can also kill you. Turtles are also scary. Don't fuck with turtles. Various carnivorous plants. Yeah, now we have the mass combat rules. Here's a primer on the fields, how everything works there. How do we work with the Ant Republic and Ant Hills? What kind of company are you part of? What kind of, what division are you part of? What, what squad are you part of? Oh, wow. What's a battle group looking like? It's like, oh, cool. Neato burrito. You know, leadership. High Queen Amanda, Royal Princess Cynthia. The Queen Anna, the fourth daughter. Queen Martha, the second daughter. Queen Gwendolyn. Brigadier General. Brigadier General. Yeah, they go over pretty detail about the setting because this is his setting that he just likes. It's just who he is. This is something that he's dumped a lot of time in. These are the main characters from the comics. This is the main character, I believe. We got Gunner, we've got Phil, we've got Sarge, Slab, Vince, and Zach. I think it's Vince is the character. But yeah. That's Army Ants. Army Ants is such a bizarre game because you can clearly like see the DNA throughout its creation. That's the thing. You can see its DNA throughout, and it's interesting enough to kind of just talk about as like, this is a thing that exists, and maybe you can check it out. Does it do its job? I don't know. Do you like OSR-esque? I say esque games because it is an OSR. There's no D20s or anything, but it has a similar beat to things, and how it plays is going to be fairly similar to that. But yeah, that's Army Ants. Michael T. Dessing's Army Ants. An odd game. A strange game. A game. Though this does bring me to... Patrol. Yes, Patrol. We're going to Vietnam, baby. Ah. Ah. Yes, welcome to Patrol. Yes, a game about Vietnam. Now, you might be thinking, hey, wait a second, is it that game? Is it that game? The game that, you know, we've seen before? No, it's not. Because here's the thing, there is Patrol TTRPG. If you do Patrol TTRPG, this is by Newstand Press. We've talked about Newstand Press last time, actually, on the PBTA case. Newstand Press have done kind of a few different games. Probably their biggest one is by far Flying Circus. Flying Circus is the kind of the game that they are best known for more than anything. They've got a few different games, like Hell on Treads is one, small cooperative crew of armored fighting vehicle. You know, Patrol, and Turncoats. Yeah, it's Black. We went over Blackout. Blackout was kind of a game in my opinion. This is Patrol. Came out in 2015. Originally been updated in 2019 though. It's only a gold seller. It's by Erica Chappelle. Or I should say Erica Chappelle, you know, formerly Eric Chappelle. But yes. Give you an idea of who Erica Chappelle is. This is who they are, a professional Simpsonologist. I meant to talk about them at a different time. Yeah, she likes to talk a lot. She's on Twitter a lot. That's really all I can say. She's on Twitter a lot. And they're the ones to, let me see. Where's the one that I saw that was kind of interesting? They were the ones who put out a very particular note. Okay, we're almost there. We're getting there. Nope. We're bringing. Okay. Let's see. Nope. We're almost there again. They actually had like a weirdly good point to talk about. Let me just. Come on. We're almost there. Like. Jesus. Okay. That it? No, that's not it. Where are you? No. Where is it? There's more. Oh, is this it? No. Nope, we're still going. No. There's still more, by the way. Oh, no, we're almost there, everybody. We're getting there. Nope, that's definitely not it. Okay. Alright, we're almost there, guys. Let's see, no, not flight hazard. Nope. A little bit more. We're almost there. Where are you? Is that it? No. Nope, that's not it. Okay, we're almost, Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't know she would post like an entire fucking novel every day. No. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there, everyone. Okay, we're officially back in March. No, okay, we're almost... You would think that, like, I would put, like, a note or something there, that would be like, oh, this is important. I should put a note here because this is actually kind of interesting. No, I wouldn't do that because that would be, you know, sensible, and I would make, you know, things would make... There we go. Oh wait, no, that's... Oh, I made a boo-boo. Yeah, this is one. We're almost here. There we go. March 23rd. Welcome to Erica Chappelle's. Actually, this was a fairly interesting post they made about, you know, it's like, oh, it doesn't really matter. That's the majority of time to go to marketing, and they outsource much of the actual game part. They're the secret biggest indies aren't. They have grants, investors, trust behind them. Downplay secret to maintain their cred. Indie is just a buzzword. I do find it fascinating. This person was, you know, this person kind of went a little bit hardcore on it, and I was like, okay, I kind of see what was being said, and it was like, this is kind of a bummer to talk about a little bit. I was like, yeah. And it's like, oh, that sucks, because then you get things like, oh, my game of being astroturfed, like, yeah, it's, yeah, they're clearly in the space. They're also the kind of person who has 61.6 thousand tweets. 61k tweets. 61 fucking why do you have that many tweets? Don't tweet that much. You, me, everybody else in this beautiful world of ours would be much happier if we just didn't tweet. They make about $1,200 a month. 194 patrons. They mostly do kind of small games, but again, their main one is Flying Circus. That's one thing you always kind of got to remember about Erica. Flying Circus is their darling. They've made a lot of money off of that. That's their main thing. Patrol is not. Patrol is a game that kind of gets a little bit confusing for a variety of different reasons. Now, I want to tell you why Patrol gets a little bit confusing. It gets a little bit confusing because of recon. It's a little bit confusing because of this game. This is Recon by Joe F. Martin. Technically, it's a miniature war game, but it is an RPG. Now, it originally started more of a war game, like Behind Enemy Lines Twilight 2000, though it did eventually evolve. Most of the time, people think of Recon Revised. You can actually buy it from Palladium, all things. The revised edition came out in 1999. Hello, how are you doing, Palladium? My beloved, my darling boys themselves. Hello, Rifts, the greatest thing ever created by mankind. Yeah, they publish Recon. You kind of see right here. You can buy it, does not use it. Different game system, spans over 200 pages. Occasionally you can get things in the Rifter about it. Very rarely. But Patrol is a spiritual sequel to Recon. That's one thing you gotta remember about it. Patrol, quick figure out how many tweets that is per day. I ain't figuring that out. That's too much. That's the issue. Too many. Now, this is its own thing by itself. Patrol, on the other hand, is a spiritual sequel, you could say, to it. And there's a few different expansions. We're not going to cover the expansions because I don't really need to, personally. They do things slightly different. Each of them do something slightly differently. As you can kind of see here, there's Star Wars Patrol if you just want to play Star Wars Patrol. If you actually notice, it's written by Erica Chappelle. Like, they did this one if you want to play actually just the Star Wars version of the game. That's your choice. They also have the World War I version. Now, I say, this as a very specific thing to note. Understand what we're getting ourselves into. So if you ever think of like, oh, that's a little bit weird. Yeah, technically Trench Raiders is very much its own thing to know. Like, it's very much its own entity. But this is Patrol. Now, obviously, I need to bring in a man of mystery, a man of thinking. I need to bring in my favorite black man. They say hello to Lou Montaigne, or Lumo. Hello, so everyone say hello to Lumo. He really is my favorite black man. Yes, this is Lou, as he is selective service form. For those who don't know what a selective service form is, it's the draft form. And these are all of our things here. You look at it and you're like, that seems a little light. And the answer is, yeah, it is a little light. Yeah, this is Patrol, military roleplay. Various editors, various playtesters, special things, various influences. Now, what is this game at its very core entity? North Vietnam, Kingdom of Laos, Kingdom of Thailand, Kingdom of Cambodia. But let's go over what Vietnam was. For those who don't know what Vietnam is, Vietnam, baby, was a war that took place technically in the 60s into the 70s by the U.S. forces and the the NVA. Now, it gets a little bit more confusing than that. Effectively, Vietnam was having a communist uprising. North Vietnam and South Vietnam were effectively communist Vietnam and democratic, quote-unquote, Vietnam. The AVGN, pretty much the Southern Vietnamese, and the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army. Now, these two entities were effectively part of a larger issue when it came to kind of policies of containment, of communism, things like that. So the U.S. obviously got involved. Now, this is where things get a little bit hectic. The NVA did not, obviously, couldn't really win against them directly. But there was a little issue that the Southern Vietnamese and a vast majority of the Vietnamese nation had to deal with. You might know them as the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong, for lack of a better word, were more of a homegrown militia group by the NVA and in turn kind of the Vietnamese people saying, fuck you, GI, go home! Because turns out Vietnam sucks. Love you saying. Vietnam sucks for modern warfare. It's jungle, it's sadness, and it's misery. It is a bunch of shit. Angry video game nerd versus the North. Yeah, the big idea between these two is that you had this force of communism, effectively, versus the Vietnam versus democracy. It got a little bit more confusing than that over time, though, because a lot of soldiers, a lot of U.S. soldiers going there, are entering territory that they didn't understand the language. They were poorly equipped. They were poorly set up. it was generally also the ARVN was also a bunch of very corrupt bastards. Like, let's not cut around the bush here a little bit. South Vietnam also sucked a lot. And it sucked a lot because it was an incredibly corrupt place, which is one of the reasons why this communist uprising took place so aggressively. It sucked. So now you are a bunch of effectively draftees. You're a bunch of kids sent into a jungle with poorly working equipment, with poor gear, without enough time, without enough resources, and you're expected to kill a bunch of farmers with outdated equipment. Well, this should be easy, right? But there's a problem. There's a very distinct problem. The Viet Cong did not fight fair. They hid in the woods. They ambushed people. They set booby traps. They did everything that the manual didn't really say. So you touch down in Vietnam, you were in hell. Hot, it was miserable, and it was exactly nothing like what you have trained for. You could argue Vietnam was the very first insurgency and counterinsurgency war. And it worked. It proved that insurgency is a hell of a lot more powerful than any standing military. Because if you don't know, the North Vietnamese won. And the Viet Cong, we kind of meme about the Viet Cong now, but the Viet Cong proved to be very, very potent. And a lot of US soldiers did some very naughty things in Vietnam. Because guess what? If you're dead tired in the middle of fuck all nowhere, guess what you're gonna be doing? You're gonna be committing a lot of fucking crimes. Hey, what do we do with all this napalm here? Let's just bomb the shit out of a bunch of places, because we're like 90% sure there are Vietnamese soldiers there, but there might also just be unarmed civilians. That is one of the... What did we do? What did we do with these single women? Effectively, it was like you had a bunch of guys who did not speak Vietnamese, they were not taught Vietnamese. It was very dehumanizing situation for everybody involved. And a lot of guys came home really fucked up. And eventually they... Yeah, no, they eventually tried to do their best to get out. Things were not good, things were not happy, and a lot of people fucking died. The ceasefire was brokered in predictably short order. In 1975, it closed with Vietnam reunited at terrible cost. The NVA tanks rolled through the streets of Saigon as helicopters take on the U.S. Embassy just minutes ahead of the advancing enemy forces. Millions of lives, perhaps as many as 3 million, half of whom were civilians. Millions more were displaced, and many fled the country during and after, creating a refugee crisis that would span decades. Served in Vietnam, and nearly 660,000 died there. And you still see Vietnam vets. And Patrol is about those guys. A bunch of dumb shits in the middle of a jungle with absolutely no idea what the fuck is going on. This is not a realistic game. This is more of a, how do we represent the experience of being a bunch of dumb fucks in the middle of a jungle, and how you're all going to die here. Now, the basic way this game is played is technically, roll a bunch of fucking D6s. Any 6s are a success, any 1s are failures, everything else is discarded. If you have a skill in something, mind you, if you have a skill, then you're going to be counting 5s as well as successes. So pretty much it goes from 1 in 6 chance to 1 in 3 chance to succeed. So for example, let's do a very simple example. We'll take Luma. We'll do proficiency. Proficiency is nice and simple. I'm gonna take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's my other? take my 9d6. Alright, let's say I have a skill for it, okay? I roll, I've got 2 successes. I've got 5 successes, 2 failures, and 2 are just discarded. So generally speaking, I have 3 successes. Cool, things happen, I succeed, I fail, yada yada yada. Now, more successes are always better. You're going to need more successes. You're going to need more things. Opposed check work the exact same way. You roll, you're going to be versing them, trying to score more successes. This does change with the idea of foobar, fucked up beyond all repair. If you foobar a roll, you're going to roll more failures than successes. Usually, this means shit has gone whacked and everything has gone wrong. Rambo's the best Vietnam vet because he came home and had a PTSD attack and went to prison. You go fucking bananas. I will say this, the examples of play are not very good. I do not like them. We will get to how combat's explained a little bit weird. Now, the initial baseline outfit is that you are playing U.S. Army. You are playing basic boots on the ground. You aren't cool. You aren't Marines. You aren't local recruits. You are basic U.S. Army. Now, they do have rules in the back of the book to playing the Australians, playing ARVN, even playing Viet Cong or North Vietnamese. You do have options to play that. Technically, they do say, hey, everyone's a man, but if you want to play a woman, you can. It's, no. We ain't doing that. Unless you're playing, like, Viet Cong. Personal information, they kind of do, like, oh, here's some basic information. As you can kind of see here, I made the character with the assumption of about 1970. So, this is about mid-war. As you can see, he's 3219197525. These are completely randomized numbers. However, his serial number is, because he is a draftee from New York, it would be 32. Technically, if you are in Hawaii, it's slightly different. So your age, gender, and origin simply provide some basic information. Generally speaking, the average age was 22, but you can be as young as about 17. 17 would be probably like the youngest, and that's kind of this is kind of an exception case. They do have some universal blood types for you to choose, and very basic standard issue equipment. The weird thing is, we will get to weight. I am like 80% sure I got weight correct. I'm like 80% correct. I got, the actual equipment weight system down right. Now, this leads to your MOS. Your MOS is your class, for lack of a better word. And this is going to give you some basic equipment and skills and things for you to do. Now, everyone can play a rifleman. You always get the rifleman ability. You don't get any special things, but you always get a +1 to your attribute after they've been set. Reduce the XP cost of increasing attributes by 1 to a minimum of 1 XP. Cool. Riflemen mean you level up faster. That's the best way. You don't really get any bonus abilities or anything like that. You just get more stuff. Radio operators. Adjust frequency actions, a free action, negotiate with friendlies, skills, basic equipment, how the pigmen work. Lumo randomly rolled. I rolled just using a D12. Rolled a grenadier. As a grenadier, I ended up with a launcher grenade, rifle grenades, and I can pick for free a grenade launcher as well as a bandolier. You're going to have to pay for most of your equipment. Luckily, if you have it either as standard equipment or just or in your MOS, you can get it for free. Now, weirdly enough, nowhere on the fucking sheet does it allow you to put whatever your ability is. I don't know why. I genuinely do not know why. Like, you could cut out, like, this bottom row here of stuff and, like, put a little, like, note box or something there. I don't know why. But, yeah. Technically, as a grenadier, you negate one failure on any grenade being thrown. The likelihood of you throwing a grenade at your feet is 0. Very low. And before Notepad makes this character a Skeletor or Fat Man. Thank you very much. I made him a pretty standard looking character. Because you don't get that many points to play around with. Marksman, marksman up. You can play a firebug, and if you play a firebug, you're just a psychopath, and it's great. Gunners mean you have big gun. Big gun go. It's like, yay. Yeah, medics, medics heal people, keep people alive, very important. Intel are more like we're finding information out about things. Handlers is you get a dog. This is a completely different set of mechanics. I would not recommend handlers to begin with. Like, the characters, like, if you want to play, like, starting right off, I would not recommend handlers. I would probably not recommend Intel. Yeah, I would probably not recommend those two. Everything else is, like, easy enough to understand. The thing with canines is you just have to manage something else. That's kind of the issue that sometimes might fuck with people. Now, the big thing here is that you have your 4 psychological profiles. Now, these are important. I didn't think they were as important as they were going into this, but each one of these is not only a way for you to kind of how you approach the world, but also how you're going to be recovering trauma. You're pretty much how you're going to be fixing trauma and fatigue. We're going to get on to fatigue much later, and how you're actually going to be scoring victory points. Now, your psychological profile, right here. Being idealistic means, hey, this war sucks. I believe that the war, we can make the world a better place. Pragmatic, we can win, but we need to be a little bit more like, we need to learn how to do this better. Righteous is gung-ho America, fuck yeah. Egocentric is, I don't want to die, I'm only here because I have to be. Or effectively, devoted to all, devoted to friends, devoted to the cause, devoted to the self. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can change your alignments a little bit harder, but then you get 24 points to distribute among your fortitude, vigilance, and proficiency. But I'm gonna give you a secret, you don't have 24 points to distribute among your fortitude, vigilance, and proficiency. You don't. Don't let it lie to you. It's lying to you if you think that. Because the thing is, you are mandatory to have 15 points already distributed. You have to have 5. You have to have 5 in every stat minimum. Now, if you ever fall below 5, you technically are removed. So that's technically 15 out of 24. So in honesty, in true honesty, you've got 9 points to spend. You've got that much. If you want to be beautifully specific, you can do an 8-8-8 spread. You do have a few options to kind of play around with things. Absolute maxing spread. I believe you can go to a maximum of... What's the maximum? They even really say? I don't see where they can actually say, no, technically, if you really want to, if you really want looking at this correctly, you could just do 17-8-8, because I don't see any... I don't see anything that is like strictly speaking you must keep it within light. So if you want to 1755 and roll 17d6 for every single thing, you can do that. Keeping it, but I would say like if you keep it like a 12, that would make 5, 7. Like you can probably do something like this would be a pretty standard, a pretty, I wouldn't say good spread, but it's a spread if you want to do a little bit more extreme. But yeah, higher values, better values, because this is the number of dice you're going to be rolling for almost every single check in the game. You aren't really going to get much. You only have a few XP to start with. You have 6 XP to start with. Lumo bought Diffuse and Handyman. That's all he bought. This costs 3 XP. You can also use XP to buy equipment. But we'll get to why that's not usually a good idea in a bit. Now, this is where I say this is a little bit weird. So, everything has managed to carry with them. Different pieces of equipment cost different amounts of XP. Various equipment uses and their costs can be found. Okay. Every equipment has weight. Cool. And carry capacity. How much carry and they can still operate normally. Cool. Easy enough to understand. Your carry capacity is 10. Plus whatever your webbing, plus whatever your backpack is. Okay. Easy enough to understand. Cool. You're also going to need to buy food, water, and ammunition. You're going to have to use a lot of it. Oh no. That's bad. Now, you may want to strip things to make sure you're moving faster. Easy enough to understand. The thing is here, if I was reading this correctly, when it comes to actually how like weight works, weight is 2 times whatever your fortitude is. Just about everything costs a little bit of weight. You don't have a lot. I have exactly 18 weight and 25 carrying capacity. Like, I do not have a lot of like room left. Luckily, I managed to have just enough to carry everything, but not really anything else. It's great. Oh boy, XP for equipment is my favorite. It's always the things we carry, so we added as a game, as a mechanic. Yes, technically you can spend some of your XP to upgrade your attributes, granting your character further. Is upgrading is kind of there. Skills are very important. You need skills for just about everything. I chose to take skills because skills are going to pay for themselves later on. Yeah. Now, there are various ranks. Ranks. No one's really going to play officers. One person is going to be a sergeant. One person is going to be like 1 or 2 people are going to maybe be a specialist. Most people are going to be privates. Privates or private first classes. Cool. Easy enough to understand. Now, this is the code of conduct. This is not the full code of conduct. Entirety of military law, we boiled down to 10 easy to remember rules. This is what you do to begin your campaign. I will obey any lawful order from officers. I will obey the rules of engagement. I will not deliberately bring harm to civilians. I will not abandon my weapon under any circumstance. I will not deliberately harm my squad mate or allies. I will not fire upon surrendering enemy soldiers. Treat prisoners with respect. Show cowardice to surrender while there is hope. Feign surrender or injury to deceive the enemy. Not leave behind. Doing these codes of conduct is actually very important. If you fail to follow your code of conduct, you can be written up and bad things will happen. Now, sometimes you can make a good excuse for it. Hey, I left my weapon because I got my arm blown off. Or, hey, I had to drop my gun or carry a man home. I just carry a man home. I don't think anyone's going to be like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that, but I also understand. Or it's like, hey, we encountered a situation where they had falsely surrendered and opened fire on us. So when someone else started surrendering, we just opened fire on them because we didn't know. Okay. Hey, we didn't know there was hope. That's why we surrendered. Things like that. Yeah, everyone should stand and recite the following. God bless it. God bless it. Here's the selective form. The basic idea of what you're going to be doing. It's going on and trying to complete an objective. Follow the turn sequence, and that's that. The most important thing in the game is this turn sequence. And they don't explain it very well over here, so I'm going to have to go all the way down and explain it here. Effectively, we use the turn roundel. Every single turn is technically in increments of 30 minutes. These are the main turns. Now, there are smaller terms, but bear with me. Now, every single thing you do is based on these 30-minute intervals. You want to perform an action, 30 minutes. For second action, 30 minutes. Every time you see one of these right here, that means something is increasing. Something is increasing or something is decreasing. And if we go down a little bit, right, not charge track, not ammo belt track, we want to do right here. Technically, this is a secure document, so I can't do anything with it. Yeah. But as you can kind of see here, for thirst, for example, everyone starts up here, top. Everyone's good. Every single time it goes down, things are getting more complicated. The more times you hit here, the more things are going to get. If you ever hit the black section here, bad shit happens. You die here, you die here, you die here, you die. Because this game is, for lack of a better word, very slowly and very steadily fucking with you. Every single action, every single thing, every single moment is slowly and steadily ticking down. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Every action kicks down. Now, most of the time, because it's a lot of waiting around, 2 turns per hour, most people are going to be making a single regular action. The character is spending their time. These actions are selected from the action chapter on page 15. In addition to their single regular action, you can do a little bit of free action. You don't need to spend an action to talk to your friend. You need to spend an action to unload a fuck ton of crates of ammo. Roundel, yes. No reasonable ooRAH. If I had to bomb random village because an enemy was there. First rule of warfare is brute force. The other first rules, you know such thing as a fair fight. Roundel. What kind of word is that? To Notepad, this is sketch 3. Notepad, new copy. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. We're all gonna fucking die. Reet. This is Pepe 1 calling in Doge 3. Oh god. Any character declare that most of the time when you take an Overwatch, you're pretty much spending an action to wait to do another action. That's pretty much all that is. But yes, the roundel. That's what it's called. Every single thing you do, ticking down that clock. Now, the more statuses you take, the worse things happen. You don't want to stay out in the field for a long time. Generally speaking, if you're in a mission for about a day, you're fine. You should be okay. If you're in a mission for 2 days, then maybe not. For 3 days, definitely not. 4 days, you're not going to have a good time. Because you just can't carry that much gear on you. Anything. Now, everything is going to be played on a map for this. You need to have a map. Because everything is based on cardinal directions and rough approximation. Real world military, all this measured in clicks, kilometers, and this does lead to units. Units are the most important thing that you can think of in this game. Every entity within 10 meters of one another, of the same side roughly, is referred to as a unit. Now, that unit can be one person, or it could be 20 people, or it could be 100 people. It could be anything within 10 meters of one another. Now, there are things tracked in units. When you light up a area of just with gunfire, you're lighting up a unit. So if there's 5 guys standing around and you open up fire there, you're targeting those 5 guys. You're not targeting the one guy, you're targeting all 5 of them. And this also applies to you all. Being in a larger unit does mean damage is distributed a lot more fairly. Instead of it going to one person, it's going to 7 people. You know, it's spreading out that damage. It's 5 damage amongst 7 people. Okay, cool. There's going to be some of us who aren't going to get hurt. On the other hand, being in a bigger group also means when someone throws a fucking grenade at you, you're going to all be turned into potatoes. You're going to be turned into meat. There's a reason they call it Hamburger Hill. Because that's what you're going to get reduced to. So it's kind of this odd mix of like, you want to form units that are going to be tactically fit for the situation. If you want to ambush a bunch of bad men, you're going to split up into various units, and you're going to position yourselves in in an area where you can more easily ambush someone. If 2 enemies groups, and if an enemy unit and your unit are in the same area, get ready for a fist fight, because one of you is going to come out and then the other of you is not. This is Patrol. Technically Patrol 1.17 by Erica Chappelle, Newstand Press. I actually originally thought this was going to be Recon, but I'm like, no. But I still, most likely Recon will be the next one of these. But, and that's, the idea is that unit, in most cases, the unit's taking an action, but that does not mean that players cannot take an action. Like, the big idea is the unit is taking one action, you, the players, are taking your own actions inside of a unit potential. There's 3 players over here and 1 player in like a kind of like a 4-man unit with a bunch of NPCs. That player is still going to be doing things. The other players are each individually going to be doing things, even though they're part of the same unit. Yeah. It's a little bit confusing if you're kind of like trying to put things correctly, but once you kind of get that core idea, it's like, okay, this makes a lot more sense. This leads me to detection. Detection is you being able to fucking see the enemy. Fun fact, you won't. They're in the fucking trees. A basic flat ground is 100 meters times whatever your vigilant. Lumo can see 600 meters around him effectively. He can see anyone around him 600 meters. The micro fucking second you enter into a forest or anything like that, that easily gets cut in half. And then it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Yeah, because it gets moved to 10 meters inside those areas. So the best way to think about it is if I have my 6, for example, that's 600 meters all around me. It's like I've got a pretty good idea of like, as long as you are within a pretty good amount, I can tell you where you're coming from. However, if I'm in the forest, it's now 60 meters. It's very more claustrophobic. And guess what? I'm going to give you a wild check of what fucking Vietnam is. It's jungle. Like, oh boy. This does kind of lead to stealth ratings. Whatever your stealth rating is, your vigilance counts as 1 less for every point of it. So, for example, if let's say a Viet Cong has a stealth rating of 5, my vigilance is now 1. So I can see something within 100 kilometers. Not kilometers. I can see something with 100 meters. I can see something within 10 meters. But if I'm 20 meters away, I can't see him because he's outside my vigilance range. If he has a stealth rating of 7, I physically am unable to see him. I cannot see him. He is completely away. He is hidden. And that's important. Now, this leads us to equipment. Now, this is where things get a little bit weird. Strength is twice your fortitude. That's how much you can carry around. Carrying capacity is a limit of what you can physically carry on your person. It's 10 plus whatever your webbing plus whatever your backpack is. Most things you get. Now, the big thing is when you come to equipment types, most things you can only equip one of. So for backpacks and like backpacks, webbings, and all that, you can't carry 2 helmets on you and be like, ah, yes, my 2 helmets that I'm, I can wear both of my helmets to, keep me double safe. No. You can wear 1 backpack, 1 webbing, 1 helmet, 1 armor. However, you can kind of carry whatever else you want on you. You're going to need as much as you can. You cannot, however, use enemy weapons. Enemy weapons are apparently completely fucking foreign to you, and if anything marked with it, you need to get a special type of skill for it. So my M16 rifle, now that's a pretty good weapon, but if I pick up an AK-47, that shit is made of fucking plutonium for all I know. I don't understand how any of it works. Wowie zowie. Yeah, it's this is one of those mechanics which is just like, I'm pretty sure a standard US soldier in Vietnam, like by the 70s at least, would maybe understand how to use an AK-47, if only just because we gotta know how the fuck they use them. It's like, oh goodness. They kind of go over the idea of liquids, of how like there's clean water, there's dirty water, there's fuel, depends on the kind of fuel you're using. And hey, you want to make a Molotov cocktail. If you ever get shot in your fuel tank, prepare to get it turned into a roasted chicken, because you're going to be dead. Various kinds of, kind of moving here when it comes to like radios and telephones. NPCs though, like squad mates, do not do much. They don't really do anything. If you need to, they can do things, but not really. They're kind of more like there for... The best way to think about it is they're there to be helpful, but not to do much else. It's, hey, we have 2 guys here. It's, me and, it's me and 2 other soldiers. They aren't really doing anything meaningful, but because there's 3 of us and 2 of you, we outnumber you, we get a bonus. Or, hey, this guy's got a grenade launcher. I can tell him, shoot your fucking smoke grenade over there so we have some fucking cover. Like, cool, he can do that. Now, anytime you get shot and you get hit by a random fire, oh no, Viet Cong whips around the corner to go, go home GI and lights everybody up with a shitty AK, you're going to look at your health or whatever, and if you get hit, you can say, man, that's a bummer. I'm going to let one of my squatties take it instead. And, Bill Johnson is standing there like, hey, everybody, gets lit up and gets turned into potatoes. And he drops like a sack of shit. They're a little bit ablative when it comes to that. You might see something similar to that in Only War. That's the other big one. That's the other big war game for the 40K games. It's a good old-fashioned Only War. Might work for you. You do have a battle buddy if you choose to do this way. Your battle buddy is pretty much a minion for you. It's a spotter. It's something like that. I would suggest always give people battle buddies. Allies don't really do much. Support kind of does things. Support is the idea of like you're calling in artillery. Hey, I'm calling in a gunship. I'm calling in medevac. I'm calling in, utility. I'm doing something like that. And that's what you mean by calling in support. Generally speaking, if you need help, you're going to be able to drop in a crate of stuff. Cool. Now, quick enemy status. Generally, every single thing, everyone's using 1 to 5. Enemies are not really defined too well, but that's the point. You could be possibly firing at nothing. You might not be. Who knows? They're in the trees. But you have 3 levels of rules of engagement. Now, rules of engagement are pretty simple. It's pretty much saying how you are allowed to fight. If you fail to obey the rules of engagement, you go to sadness jail. Now, the 3 are easy to understand. Free fire zone. If it moves, shoot it. If it's offensive, if they see a weapon or an enemy uniform, light them up. Doesn't fucking matter. Need eyes or good evidence. Restrictive is pretty much need an observer. You can't plant mines or booby traps or anything like that. Not fire unless fired upon. Someone has to bring up a gun, click it, and then you're able to go aggro. Now, of course, if somebody brings up a fucking gun and like, I'm going to kill you with a gun, then yeah, you can light him up. It's like, he hasn't fired, but we all kind of know he's going to shoot us. Like, maybe we should stop that. It's like, no one's going to be like, oh, he shot a civilian, but he only had a gun who was pointing it at us saying he was going to shoot us. Me like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that falls within our rules of fucking engagement, dumb shit. I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh man, you're a monster for this. Anywho, what's this game? Patrol 1.17 by Newstand Press. Patrol 1.17. Right here. And right here. Vietnam! Now, this is what I mean by it's like your load. Subtract your strength from the weight of what you're carrying, and that's your load. It's like, technically you can carry a lot of stuff and like move a lot. Like, I chose deliberately to keep myself as light as possible. I kept my load at 9. I'm at speed 9 right here. But if you go higher and higher and higher, you can technically go pretty fucking slow. Now, Lumo just doesn't have a lot of stuff on him, because that's what I wanted to do. He already has, like, he's technically wearing no armor. He's got olive fatigues on, he's got a field jacket, and a steel helmet. That's all he fucking needs. He's got enough grenades on him to make a difference, and that's the plan. I could probably bring in more grenades, but I want to keep myself light. If you pump up everything, most characters are going to be, if you bring everything you kind of do, most characters are going to be stuck between kind of the 6 and 5 kind of speed category, which swimming is going to be hard. You don't really want to do that. You can always push yourself. You can always go faster, but moving fast usually is better. Now, if you know an enemy's there, your movement speed is actually cut in half. And it's like, yeah, your movement speed is getting cut very drastically. If you are moving full speed is effectively you running through the fucking jungle. Everything else is you going a lot slower. Like, we know they're there. Oh no. We're all like, oh god. Booby traps, command traps, setting off traps, grenade traps, communication basics. One of the weird thing about communication, this is actually kind of a thing that was a little bit historically accurate. I can't help but think of the relative lack of success is due to the author's name being Derek instead of Erica. Now, this is a role-playing game by Erica Chappelle. This is Erica's game. This is the updated version. Just to know, not Derek. Let me bring this here. No, we want right here. Actual. Whatever game is this? Now, Flying Circus, whatever game this is. I keep telling you, Mr. Y, it's called fucking Patrol. Flying Circus is their... Did the first edition still say Derek? Yes, Patrol's first edition did say Derek. Now, the big thing is... Flying Circus is their plane game. Like, planes and, like, flying around and things like that. My friend has an old copy with the name Derek still on it. Yeah. Read, Mr. I read. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's such an innocuous name. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like, yeah, I didn't quite catch what it was. Yeah, it's I'm not gone over Flying Circus. That was like one of the reasons why I made Sidewinder, truth be told. That was one of the very few plane games out there. That's like one of the absolute few plane games that exist is a Flying Circus. And I believe they have a jet version of the game that, no, wait, no, that's, I can't even remember what the other one is. But yeah, they make a lot of PBTA stuff, which you're going to see some PBTA influence on this one. Which does kind of, I kind of wanted to go over Recon instead of this one, but Recon kind of has its own issues. Now, one of the big things about Vietnam is that there's a language barrier. Because I hate to break it to you all, but you don't fucking speak Vietnamese. Even if you take like the basics of it, you just don't need a phrase book. That's all you know. You don't really speak Vietnamese, French, or any of the other little languages. And you need a translator. You need a phrase book to maybe interpret what the fuck they're saying. Now, the big thing is, and they even actively encourage you, they don't really tell you here very well. But later on, what they do is they effectively tell you, do not like word them speaking. Make sure that everybody feels useless. Dehumanize, the actual civilians. Where it's like, oh, don't say like, oh, hey, they are coming over here. It's like the civilians are doing their best to kind of get across the information that they're over the ridge. Just put a distance between them. I do like that. I do actually like the fact that the game goes out of its way to be like, please make sure you understand that you and them are from different fucking worlds. Weapons up. You can go weapons up. So you want to do small violence. You just want to deck a motherfucker being like, yeah, do what I fucking want you to do. Like, I'm going to just... Yeah, like... I believe Flying Circus is PBTA. Yeah, no, it's like one of those things, like, if you want to get your fucking information across, just hit one of these fuckers with the butt of your gun. Being like, dude, I fucking want you to, or I'm gonna get fucking pissed. Yeah, be corrupt, bribe, trade, be a jackass. Now, this does lead to combat rules. Combat is, at its very basic, a roll-to-hit system. They don't do a very good job of explaining combat right off the bat, but I'm going to do my best to explain it. Now, anytime you need to make an attack, you're going to be making a proficiency against the targets to hit. So, Lumo here, see, he's a proficiency of 9. So he's going to take 9. He's going to take 9 of his D10s, 9 of his D6s, I mean. 9 D6s here. And if you are within, let's say within medium range, so I need to score 3 hits to successfully hit. Okay, I'm going to take all this. I'm gonna roll the dice a little bit and roll. Count up my successes. So let's see. I've got 1 success, 2 success, 1 success. I've got 1 success. I do not hit. But nobody wants to get shot at either. So to make an attack, you choose a weapon. Used by 1 person at a turn. Efficiency against targets to hit. Now, the big thing is you're going to always use the lowest value to hit. Characters with higher to hit values are exempt from being struck. Easy enough to understand. Now, this does lead to things like ambushes and taking cover. If you ambush someone, their to hit is lowered by 1. You want to get to cover as fast as possible. That's the most important thing you can do. Hey, you're within crossfire range. Hey, you're in defensive firing mode. You are, you're in hand-to-hand fucking combat. You want to select what you want to do. But the biggest thing is always suppression. For every point of suppression, target's proficiency is reduced by 1. Move speed is reduced by 1 category. Fired on, the combined total of your doubt and suppression you've taken is greater than your unit plus 3, you're pinned down. Not make any actions except evade or flee. Now, the big thing with suppression is if you are suppressed, you're on your fucking ass. You're not moving, you're not doing anything, you are sitting there and crying because they're gonna kill you. This does lead to melee. Melee is a little bit weird because you have to choose, hey, do you want to injure or do you want to stun? Do you stun or do you want to make a flee action? And what you have to do is, let's say, for example, Lumo gets into a fight. See, he's got a fortitude of 9. If I'm using my, did I not bring it? I did not bring it. If you have an entrenching tool, you get to add like +5 to whatever fucking fort. Let's just say my 9, and let's say you have 7. And we roll. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes. Cool, 6 successes. How many successes do you have? Let's see. You score 1, 2, 3, 4 with 2. So you score 2 successes. 6 versus 2. I take 4 successes from you. Ha 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 ha. I have managed to take 4. I've managed to hit you for 4. You're gonna take 4 injuries. I've won it. I've won it. It takes D3 injury. Cool. Let's roll the injury. You're gonna take 2 fucking injuries, which can kill you, by the way. Which can outright kill you. Most things when it comes to like heavy weapons and multi-crew, they do a big thing of like what artillery, what's multi-play, what's munitions looking like. But that's mostly in like very specific context, but this is casualty. If you take an injury, make a shock check. You use your attribute versus your injury. It might be 1, it might be 2, it might be 5. But whenever you take it, meet the difficulty, you're fine. Don't, you're on your ass. That's bad. Now, if you completely foobar it, you're going to be crippled, you're going to be blinded, you're going to be concussed, you're going to be... anything can go wrong very drastically. Now, if your character is medevac within 3+ injury or long-term complication, add their VP's XP and +5 bonus. Cool. The bigger thing is, if you take any damage, there's a chance you go down. Easy enough to understand. Very few things give you armor saves, and if you do fail it, an incapacitate, you're unconscious, you're going to make a roll. I rolled a 3. Unless you were in a defensive position or somebody stops you with a drag person, treat injury action, you wander off 2d6 times 10 kilometers in random direction and shock to delirium. And it's like, yeah, you move 40 meters in a random direction and then collapse. But you might say, oh, you just drop like a stack of potatoes, a stack of bricks. You barely feel it. You sit down and calmly call for a medic, then slip into unconsciousness. Or you can just take another turn. Easy enough. Cool. Now, the big thing is if your thirst, hunger, or injury are run over effectively, you're KIA. The XP of the dead character earned in this mission carries over to the next character. This is an important facet of the game. It's carrying over XP, carrying over victory points, carrying over things to the next character. Because you are expected to lose characters. Now, you do want to actually drag if a dead character is dead, you pick them up and you start hauling ass back to base. Because if they are successfully returning to base, you plus 5 XP on creation. If only their dog tags are, you get plus 3. If you're missing, you're MIA and can receive a completely different thing to worry about. You can also worry about desertion rules. Now, desertion rules are a little bit weird. So, you're cleared MIA on the spot if you get without sight. Okay, all normal rules apply. If your time desertion you had more VPs than you had fatigue, you get difference of bonus XP to your new character. Cool. That's kind of the idea. Pretty much it's like if you get a shit ton of VPs and you have very low fatigue, you get a lot of XP because you did what you wanted to do. So, if you're captured, you have to follow by a completely different set of things. If you are arrested, you probably don't get anything. Missing. Higher big thing on going missing. Yeah. That is the basic idea. This is why I very much dislike the combat example, because they don't really show you anything to talk about it. I didn't know you roll for the enemy soldiers. I didn't really understand that for a while. They don't talk about it, but yeah, you do roll for enemies. Like you do actually roll for enemies sometimes, I think. It's a little bit odd when it talks about it. Now, status tracks, as I kind of talked about before, these are very important. You have very basic status tracks. Exhaustion, thirst, hunger, injury, doubt. You take exhaustion, you're getting tired. You need to rest, you need to do something, you need to take some drugs. Cool. Thirst, you're fucking thirsty. Drink water. Need a burrito. Hunger, eat rations, recover hunger. Cool. Injury, owie zowie my bony wonies. Doubt. You're going to be using primarily tobacco, alignment, or drugs. Easy enough to understand, that's all you need. Now, the weird thing is you kind of see right here. As you kind of see like right here, for every penalty you have, you're going to get a effectively an attribute penalty. So even taking, let's say, you get a little thirsty, 2 bits of thirst. You're at -2 fortitude curve. Ow. You're not having a good time. You are in a very bad place, actually. You shouldn't be here. Ow. Go home. Go home, Gia. Go home, Gia. Go home. Hunger. Same idea. You're losing proficiency. Injury just means you're crippled. Like, you're just fucked. This also kind of goes for the idea of, like, the firearms, of, like, you want to track whatever your ammo's types is. You want to make sure that you're managing all these little slots going up and down, which can get a little frustrating if you're not really prepared. But that's just something you kind of gotta get. Doubt is doubt. Now, oh god. Doubt is bad things are happening. Why are bad things happening to me? Owie zowie. If you play to your doubts, if you play to things that are good, you remove doubt, and you manage fatigue. Now, generally speaking, you aren't getting doubt if you're very tired, if you're losing fatigue, if you have high fatigue. The big thing is, this can make, distraction of soldiers find more meaningful and have a larger impact. Rocking USO performance can mean nothing to fresh troops, while snippets of a song distorted by radio means the world to worn soldiers. Now, doubt is good, but doubt is bad. You don't want doubt. You don't want doubt, nor do you want fatigue. But doubt's a hell of a lot easier to get rid of, because these are ways to get rid of doubt. Oh god. Now, let's say, for example, failure to pass while, flee from combat, for example. If you're idealistic, you don't actually take any doubt from this. You're fine from it. That's okay for you. You don't want to die. But if you're egocentric, hell fucking yeah, this is making your life a lot easier. But if you're righteous, that could be a big issue for you. That can really fuck your day up. But, someone who is, for example, get through an encounter without anyone else getting hurt, hey. But it's kind of like one of those things where, generally speaking, idealistic people want to be nice to people, and generally not get into fights. Pragmatic people want to keep their own people alive. Righteous people want to keep the fight alive. Egocentric want to keep themselves alive. Fatigue, however, is bad. Fatigue is the bad one. This is your fuck me points. For lack of a better word, these are your fuck me points. The higher your fatigue gets by failing things, by having problems, your mental state is collapsing. Bad shit's going on. Fatigue builds very quickly. Now, you can offset them with victory points. This is actually how you get XP. It's fatigue minus victory points equals the amount of XP you get. Actually, no, it's be victory points minus fatigue equals the amount of XP points you get. So, you're going to get it by completing objectives, completing your own little things. Only action chart that grants victory points is the one at the very top. More fatigue, more things. Now, let's say, for example, you're going to get victory points for, hey, if you start or win a fight. Cool. Hey, you complete an objective. Selflessly help non-combatants, prisoners, and the wounded. Cool. Let's say, for example, 12 fatigue. Refuse orders, abandon your weapon, or otherwise refuse to fight. Neutralize an ally who's acting out of line. Employ violence against civilians. Use violence on your own comrades for your safety or personal gain. For 5 VPs, including things such as desert, punish defeatists, surrender, defect. That's how you, if you have max fatigue, that's how you get a little bit of VPs left out of it. The big thing, what they want you to do, the big thing with the VP economy, you could say, is very simply, nice over there, is the higher your fatigue, the more extreme action you should take to build VPs to make sure that you actually get something out of it. And the more you need. Because fatigue can also result in negative experience points. Yes, welcome to negative XP, baby. I love it. It's the best. That's the environment, map, features, structures. There's a lot of things on like how to really get the like room-to-room fighting. What does tunnel fighting look like? There's a lot of stuff here. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of stuff here. Cloudy skies, thick fogs, heat waves, cold snaps, and just about everything will make your life a little bit more miserable for everyone involved. Like, just not. I'm gonna sugarcoat it. Life sucks. Being in a vehicle also sucks. Getting hit by anything, you're gonna die. You might be very big. You're not Superman. Generally speaking, you write your after action reports, and you can accuse people, If you accuse people, you might get their victory points, but they have to be substantiated. Recommendations can also give you various different victory points for that soldier, but other people have to kind of give you something. It's in between missions, things like that. Spending your XP. Get more XP, get more things. This is good. Now, this is the big thing when it comes to negative XP, though. Character with grades, the hardship takes a toll on them. You must take the difference in XP by reducing your attributes or losing a skill. Voluntarily take an addiction to a narcotic worth 4 XP. So pretty much, let's say Luma pops out with a little bit of XP out, little bit of XP he doesn't have anymore. He might lower one of his attributes. He might remove one of his skills that he has, which is like, ow, that hurts. And there are quite a few different skills out there that allows you to do various things. Most of those are, you get a thing. That's the best way to add. You get, if you want to do a conceal action, you're going to be able to use 5 or 6s. The big ones are like local language, where you can speak something that isn't English. Cool. Or, hey, you have tunnel rat, which allows you to go through tunnels. Like, hey, you have pyromania. Now, this is the idea of actions. Every single action in the game is actually broken down into these. It's like, you pluck something off the ground. It's a minor action. Escape restraints. You're clear. Get your weapons, fixed up. Police. Manage fallen equipment. Wrangle prisoners. Take gear you need off the dead. Give command. Dispose. Destroy to deny to the enemy. Every single thing you're making a check with. You want to march. You want to walking fire. You want to do crosswire. Barbed wire. You want to crush an obstacle. Set traps. Shift properly. Detonate traps. Observe. Concealing yourself. Oh, you want to treat an injury? Very different from making a transfusion or administering care. Oh, you want to do a prepared position, which is very different from tunnel crawling or arsonery. You can just commit arsonery, but that has its own very different set of requirements and skill checks you need to make. So I say there's a little bit of, I would say a little bit of PBTA's blood in this one, just a smidge, just a little smidge of it. But yeah, quite a few different pieces of equipment and things for you to really worry about. There's a lot of equipment, by the way. I would say a vast majority of this book is just equipment at the end of the day. Trying to see here. This, by the way, the back half of the book is nothing else except explaining Vietnam lore and the glossary. Like, by the time you hit the GM guide, they've already really explained a lot of stuff for you. And this is like quickly generating NPCs, how to make different characters, play out, make things. Generally speaking, do you like charts? We've got charts. NPCs, how to make jobs, make game tones, things like that, including Saigon Gothic, where things are supposed to be just really fucking weird. You can freshly play other characters. You want to play as US Marines? Cool. You want to play as US Navy? Cool. You want to play as anything else? You can. Yeah. But generally speaking, if you want to play Royal Thailand, there's mercenaries, communists. If you want to play Viet Cong, this is how you're playing Viet Cong. This is how you actually play these kind of characters. If you want to fight Viet Cong fighters, this is what you're fighting. This is what their skills are and how they choose to operate. Yeah, know how to play the NVA. There's a lot of stuff that allows you to... If you want to play very particular kinds of characters, and the game gives you a lot of options for it. There's just a lot of things in there that may or may not appeal to you. Here's the thing with Patrol. Here's the thing with Patrol. Do you want a Vietnam simulator? Cool. Do you want an equipment autism simulator? Maybe. Do you want to just kind of play a game with a bunch of stuff in it? It does its job. If you really want just something fast and dirty and very, how do I want to word this? If you want Vietnam role playing without a lot of like war game kind of, without a lot of the war game kind of baggage behind it that Recon has, then yeah, Patrol might be your thing. If you want a really deep, really extensive amount of very accurate, very precise, we want to be able to move just right, it may not be your thing. I will say there's a lot of... Once you start playing it, you'll do fine. Getting into it's intimidating, because it's like, why are there 7,000 actions to do everything, and why does everything feel so intimidating? It's not. I want to burn this house down. Okay, how do you burn the house down? Well, you're going to make an arson check. So you look at the arson check thing, and then you perform arsonry. Cool, that's how it works. It takes a little bit getting into, but once you do get into it, it's pretty simple. You just need a lot of D6s. Just take a lot of D6s. Like, you might need like 10 plus D6s for like regular checks. That's going to drive some people insane. To me, I don't really much care. But yeah, but that's Patrol. Interesting game. Do I like it? I don't quite. I don't like the character sheet, I can tell you that much. Not like the character sheet. Because it feels very, tight. Like, if that makes sense. So, that is almost everything. We've got one more game. One more game to go. Say hello to XCOM. It's XCOM. But I need to get something to drink because I am very thirsty currently. Give me a moment. There we go. Got some water in my system. Now let's talk about Contact, Alien Defense RPG. Contact is weird. Not gonna sugarcoat it, team. Not gonna tell anyone anything different. This shit's weird. And like weird in like not a good way, but weird in just like a what the fuck is this game. So that's a question we need to ask ourselves. What is Contact Tactical Alien Defense? Now, if we go to Contact Tactical Alien Defense, we see, all right, we'll just click on, oh. What happened here? I don't know. That's one of those very odd bits. I just don't quite know what the hell happened. Because if we go here, I said if we go here, and we go down to the very back of the book, we see this, Clockwork Publishing. Right here. Now, Clockwork Publishing, if we go here, so it's like, oh, well, they have a website. So let's click on the publisher website for oh. Die Seite ist offline. Like, okay, that's kind of weird. But one of the odd things with this is that this game is not, go here. If we go right here, this is Contact Tactical Alien Defense RPG by by Uhrwerk Verlag. Welcome to ooOOOOORAH Verlag. This is a German company because this game is German. Like, that's just something we all got to accept right now. This game originally was published in 2012 by this company, by Uhrwerk Verlag. You can't even see the logo is the exact same. And originally I was like, wow, this seems kind of weird. But you can actually buy the game from here. You can buy the German version of the game. And it actually has a different cover and everything like that. It does have a slightly different cover. But yeah, you can actually buy the German version of the game still. You can't buy it in English though. And you can even see like there are multiple expansions for it. Kind of even, you know, looks like there's like a deep sea because I like XCOM 2 for some unholy reason. Looks like there's like you're going into alien hive ships this time, and I don't even know what the fuck this is all about. It's hostile encounters. Contact the score. But yeah, a lot of these were, and you can even see here, you know, research and destroy. But yeah, a lot of these were by this, you know, by the single thing by a guy named Robert Hamburger. Go to Robert Hamburger. So he did a bunch of Q&As, but I couldn't really find anything else about him. That's the weird part. Now, using the expert, oh god, what was it? Was using the expert amount of people I vaguely know, otherwise known as people in my server, we managed to find this is him, by the way. He's Biometal 79. That's who he is. He doesn't have a DeviantArt anymore. That's one thing that's a little bit odd. No DeviantArt or anything like that. However, if we go right here to Biometal 79, you kind of see here, like, oh, well, he doesn't have anything here, but if you click right here, concept art for concept art, deep IDW, form YouTube videos. It's like there's a couple of them that he was like a part of vaguely, and he was doing something for a thing called Contact Core. Let me see if we can find Biome 79, because he is mentioned a few times. Like he does pop up right here, Open Core right here, logo temp for Open Core Gating, see Biometal 79. Like, this is a thing that he was like contacting artists to clearly do. Can I find anything else about Biometal 79? Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all. It says even like for Rob, which would be Robert. Like, I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he's off the internet. I don't know if he disappeared. I don't know. Couldn't find anything about him, but this is the company, 2012, and for some reason they removed it. I don't know why. Now, I did a little bit of digging. I was like, I gotta know, when did they remove this game? I'm thinking like this had to be like maybe removed back in like 2020, 2017, or something like that. No, this was removed sometime. I even please do 27 still. Nope. You don't have that one. Is that the one? Or was it? There was one which was like relatively recent. So no, that one's still fucked. Where was the one that was still, like, it was still, like, actually, yeah, right here. Sometime at least between roughly 2021. Yeah, like, so roughly speaking, November 29th, 2021 to now, this game was removed from TTRPG. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know what the fuck happened to it. But sometime between right here, November 29th, 2021, and right now, the game went offline. You can no longer purchase it on DriveThruRPG. And I was thinking, like, okay, maybe it's because Clockwork Publishing went out of business. But that doesn't make any sense. Because the thing is, if you go under the idea that Clockwork Publishing went away, why would they? They have two things. They have two. They've got this game and the Quick Start. That's all they ever had. That's really the only thing Clockwork Publishing ever really did. Now, let's do... maybe... yeah, it's even like, of course, they don't fucking send you things correctly. This is from... yeah, I don't know. It was a silver seller. See, that's the weird thing. It was a silver seller. Because let's go to 2022. September 28th, 2022 to 2021. Looks like there were some major changes here. The website is offline. The jerk, because Clockwork Publishing is just this company's English branch. Because they're like, people cannot pronounce us here, so we're going to go to, when we make it in English, we're going to do it under Clockwork. Oh, there we go. See, I didn't even find this because I was looking at all these other ones, and most of these don't pop up anything. Well, this is right from June 4th. They actually killed it. Let me see. Today we shared an update. It's very hard. A couple days ago, we parked the Verlag. Though events foreseeable together hits by surprise, we do have several options to proceed now. Nevertheless, we have the likely fact we may have to close down our company in its current form until the end of the year. Not really. The texts aren't finished yet. So your assignment text until the green light from our insolvency. So they win. Why do you this? It's like Uhrwerk Verlag is still around. They're still like pumping stuff out. Like that's the thing. Like they are still like here. Like you can even see this right here. They are still making shit. Like yeah, like they clearly still have like, I mean, for fuck's sake, this is from March, like crowdfunding, and this is from a few days ago. So like, Uhrwerk Verlag is still alive. So it looks like just Clockwork Publishing went down. Fuck is game on? Wait a second. This is when yeah. Can we do Mogris Press? New publisher announce it. Bring back to like Dark Conspiracy license, a little bit positive progress. Deal with PDFs for deluxe backers. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Yeah, first overview of roles. Miller working with the company and to look into various project course, including this crowdfunding and so far. Positive talks to the English partner who offered to take over the full responsibility, including the obligation to the backers. Discussions are ongoing, have not been finalized. They went out of business. Love their most recent post. Guard Conspiracy is back. Guard Conspiracy is funded, followed by filing for insolvency. Yeah, like, do we have any comments here or yeah, so I mean, just to check. Insolvency. So they were in debt. That's what happened. They were in massive debt. Because unless Uhrwerk Verlag. Yeah, so I'm assuming. I think I sent an email to a company that doesn't exist anymore. Because I actually sent an email to the company. Like, I actually sent an email to them being like, hey, I just want to make sure, like, why are you not selling this anymore? But I guess they sold the rights out. Because the thing is, again, you gotta remember, they are still selling the fucking book in German. They're not selling it in English, though. So I'm curious of, like, why aren't you selling this in English? Like, they clearly removed this. Like, I wonder, yeah, like, in, like... Yeah, so this is the same Patrick Gotts. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder. I mean, that would be kind of silly if they were... Are they funding under... No, they aren't. I wonder. Let's check. Advanced search. Maybe find like a publisher down here. Or like they just changed the name. Maybe. Maybe they did. Fucking drive-through! Drive-through! No! Drive-through! I hate drive-through, by the way. Have I ever told anyone I hate drive-through's website? I do. But yeah, that's kind of the interesting story of I guess fucking Contact. Cursed meat is what I would like to say. A lot of debt apparently. Don't know what the fuck happened there, but nothing good, nothing positive happened. I can tell you that fucking much. Second Great Depression happens. It's simply just called Greater Depression. What kind of sound did you... The greatest depression. Yeah, it's... Yeah, but so welcome to Contact. This is potentially the last instance of this company in English. Because Hamburger has only done a single, like, Lego war game. That's pretty much it. But let's learn about Contact, because we need to bring up a character sheet, right, everybody? Okay, everyone, let's bring up our best friend, our Polish man. Oh, no. Yeah, welcome to the character sheet for character sheets for contact for humanoids specifically. You may be saying, wait a second, this seems a little bit odd, and the answer is, yeah, it does seem a little odd. Let's get to it. Now, we need to explain the lore of aliens of this one. So I'm going to see if I can find a good image. Just do like a quick primer on things. Okay, basic primer. The world sucks. The world's been in shitty times for a while now, and aliens are real. The thing is, we've been funding pretty much a secret organization that is being funded partially by the mega corporations that dominate the world, as well as government agencies with tax dollars to confront them. You are Omega. You are the Omega Initiative, which is designed to effectively combat alien threats to humanity. And you're going to do that with guns. You're effectively, it's XCOM. You're XCOM. Don't think about it anything differently. You are XCOM. Oh, no, Pat, that's not like XCOM. Hey, you're XCOM. You're XCOM by way of like some weird, like weirdly cyberpunk XCOM though. Like that's the best way to kind of think about it. You're weirdly cyberpunk XCOM. Just as a reminder, this was published in 2012. Just remember that. Taiwan declares its independence from the People's Republic of China in 2014. In response, China invades. America doesn't bother. America fucking kills the Cubans. Wow, thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Yeah. We've cured AIDS by 2015. The ISS explodes. Massive civil war in Sri Lanka. India literally annexes them because India is evil, apparently. 2019, artificial intelligence passes the Turing test. 2022 to 2023, North and South Korea fucking declare war on one another. We let the Japanese deploy tanks into Korea to kill the Koreans. It's a Korean invasion too. Yeah, state authorities, you hardline communist regime in Venezuela use unquestionable methods to nationalize all large oil companies within its boundaries. This didn't age very well, by the way. Oh. Yeah, yeah, welcome to 2047. It's the cyberpunk future, but it's also silly. Yeah, pretty much everything what you would traditionally expect of cyberpunk is totally real. Don't think about it too much. Now, this leads to the 5 major corporations. The Akagi Corporation, which is, mind you, a number of corporations merged together, such as Kawasaki Heavy Industries, Toshiba, Hyundai, Samsung, and Komatsu. Every single one of them have become one company, because South Korea and Japan have historically been best friends. Yeah, welcome. We also have the General Consumer Products, GCP, has merged General Motor Company and Microsoft, and they've just merged to become the super North American national company of everything. Um, employs a vast percentage of the American population, builds virtually every product in the country, is practically speaking the sole supplier of military hardware for the U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force. Oh. Oh, no. Krieg AG is the funny one. Early 21st century, immensely resourceful German industrial tycoon by Victor Krieg, a major fusion between several arms manufacturers and the metallurgy empires from all German-speaking parts of Europe. Ooh, Rheinmetall, Steyr-Mannloch, Glock, Sig, FN Herschel, Heckler & Koch, and Dynamite Nobel. Every single gun in Germany is now owned by a single man. Yep. We also have Kyohaku Zaibatsu, which is just the other one. Notoriety within Mega Central Intelligence has proved to be more than just curious about alien presence on Earth, or experiment on actual alien life forms. And finally, the Dynamika. Oh, the Iron Curtain and the socialism. Nowadays, Russian Federation possesses its own megacorp. Natural evolution of capitalist economy and possibly the only viable answer still progressing globalization. Dynamika shares all the characteristics with modern international corporations, but its main business focus is oil, minerals, and building materials and exports. Aerospace company claims to be advocate patriotism, bold claim somewhat believed by the ever-decaying infrastructure and high income equality of the country, even a major city where the company officially resides. Yeah, then there is terrorist organizations. God blessed Islamic fundamentalism, as well as anarcho-primitivism. Yeah, welcome to, we have anonymous hacker collectives, the New World Order of China, whoa, yeah, Ordo Solaris, UFO worshippers, implantology. Yeah, welcome to, God bless them. God bless you, German autism. But yeah, pretty much the best way to think about it is, as Omega, you're XCOM. Don't think anything else. You're just fucking XCOM. They can say all of this. This means nothing, by the way. This means nothing. Like, you can technically be like, oh, well, you have to have a bunch of different stats. Don't bother with it. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit more bizarre. Welcome to Contact Core. This is the main system. It's a D100 system. Do not forget that. Now, it has handled a separate section of the Contact RPG kind of basic game engine. The basic idea is a D100 roll under system. Easy enough to understand. 5% over, 5% top, 5% bottom are critical success and critical failures. So if you rolled a 99, that's a critical fail. If you rolled a 4, you've got a critical success. Easy enough to understand. Everything is very simplified. Everything rounds down. Ooh-coo-choo-choo, easy enough to get. Now, this leads to, yeah, I actually put out a challenge for everybody. We'll get to, what do anarcho-primitivists do? Plant rocks with sundial timers? They plant bombs and attack people. Like, they are just legit just terrorists. Now, everything you do is the MPP, the Modified Percentile Probability. Attribute tests are your attribute times 10. Situational modifiers and critical success and failures do apply. Everything else is based off of your skills. Easy enough to get. There is turn-based combat, but it uses action points. But you have to manage your sequential score. We will get to you later. But let's talk about the anatomy of characters. This is not how to make characters, this is the anatomy between them. But generally speaking, you have your pretty much basic attributes: strength, endurance, mass, reflex, agility, dexterity, intelligence, charisma, perception, and determination. Now, I'm going to say this. If you want some big stupid going on, one of the big things is that there's a lot of attributes that are indirectly linked to one another. Now, this goes in for mass especially. Its mass is directly linked to strength and cannot differ more than 4 points. So, if you have a strength of 6, you cannot have a mass of, you can have a mass effectively 4 of 10 to 2. You can't have, it is physically impossible for you to have a mass of 1. If you have a strength of 8, you cannot have a lower mass than 4. That's kind of the basics of things. Agility, how fast you move. This is where things start getting weird. In human and human-like creatures, too much bulk tends to lower agility. For every 2 points of base strength, unmodified, that exceeds a value of 6, the natural base of agility is lowered by 1. Every single point of mass above 6, not 2 points of base mass, 1 point of base mass, natural agility is lowered by 1 point. Yes, this is why I say, like, there is literally a back and forth going for, and you can't have a 0 in anything. If you have a 0, it is fucked. Now, they say, oh, an attribute refers to manual dexterity, only tactile sensitivity linked to character's hands. Dexterity is the most important attribute you want to focus on technical, medical, or artistic skills. Fun fact, dexterity is used for fucking everything when you're calculating your initial skills. Do not question it. It's lying to you. It's stupid. Now, this leads to your basic derived stats, which are, to calculate your basic health, it is 2 times your endurance times your mass plus your determination plus 10. Now, we'll get to you fucking, but your pain tolerance is not your health, it is the amount of damage you can sustain before you start taking modifier damage. Now, Iroh here has 48 vitality points, and he gets crippled if he takes more than 9 damage in a particular area. Okay, that's not really correct, but close enough. He can take about 12 points of damage before he starts suffering from it, similar to his endurance penalty. Easy enough to understand, which leads to all his various hit locations, all of which do play something slightly different. Right. Now, you may be wondering, how do we calculate our skills? The answer is by doing math. Every single skill has something slightly fucking different in it. Why? I don't know. But every single skill has their base skill calculated from this. And you have to plug in all of the numbers to make it work. I initially thought like, oh, it's going to be like maybe like a base score. No. I calculated all of these by hand, and they do explicitly state like, hey, you are supposed to use like the Excel sheet. I don't want to use the Excel sheet. Fuck you. No, you give me a character sheet, I'm going to write it in. I'm going to make a character like God intended. Now you may be also wondering, this doesn't look right, because it isn't. I actually had to make this a little bit bigger because they only give you standard with traits and train. This is important because this experience index is incorrect. I'll go over what these all mean to me anyway. But yeah, these are your base values. Now let's go into how every single skill works, because a lot of the skills are pretty simple, relatively speaking. Primitive range weapons, small arms, energy weapons, armed melee, throwing weapons, stealth, thievery, pretty simple stuff. Then you start getting weird ones like first aid versus advanced medical applications versus social sciences, like craftsmanship, interfacing. Housekeeping is a skill, by the way, housekeeping. VTOL aircraft is different from fixed wing aircraft, which motorcycle is different from a wheeled vehicle, which is different from spacecraft or watercraft or tracked vehicles or powered exoskeletons. This isn't even getting to fucking psi ability, which is normal humans can't take. Yeah, you're gonna take small arms, by the way. Just take small arms. Just pump those numbers up. Pump them fast. You're gonna be happier. Now we get to traits. These are your perks. These are your abilities, and these are very important. You can have 3 from each category. Now, there's a couple which are a little bit weird. Now, look at this like, oh, you're ambidextrous, you're attractive, you're diplomatic. All right, easy enough to understand. You're Herculean, you're fucking huge. You're ingenious, olfactory super sense, religious. Now disadvantages. You're blind. Okay, that's pretty bad. Clumsy. Okay. Deaf. Deaf mean you can Helen Keller it. You're dishonest. Hemophilic. Okay. Marked. Okay, that's pretty bad. Mute. Okay. Night blind. All right. Oblivious. One-eyed. One-legged. Pacifist. That's pretty bad. Paranoid. Paraplegic. You just be a paraplegic if you want. Technically, becoming schizophrenic is actually a bonus. You get 12 extra points doing it. And if you take 12 extra points to do it, you get just better. Therefore, Iroh is technically a fearless Herculean, disfigured schizophrenic with a thuggish personality. The only downside with being completely schizophrenic is that the GM can fuck with you. And you get a negative 12 reaction from NPCs. In total, I have a negative 55 interacting with anybody. Because I am a belligerent psychopath. I love being a belligerent psychopath. Yeah, you can just be a complete fuck up in this game. But yeah, that's really it. And some of the and yeah, in case you're wondering, yes, every single one of these do something. You know, it's like 10%, like being religious, 10% modifier to determination test for withstanding fear and doubt, but not psi powers. Automatically heal 1 damage point when their total physical damage is just high enough to zero out with their VPs, effectively saving their life. This is the case only when the difference between the vitality points and the total damage is exactly 0 and only works once in a lifetime. Hey, you have a good inner clock. You're albino. You're epileptic. Yeah, there's a few of these that are like, oh, that's just a lot. And in case you're wondering, this is the section where you're supposed to put traits. This is just where everything goes, right here. Hence why a lot of them went into the other equipment and notes section, and nowhere else. Cuckoo choo choo, cuckoo choo choo. Severely amnesic. These are kind of like oh, well, they're good and they're bad. But you can, technically speaking, you can be a dwarf in this game. So, yeah, you want to be a jacked up Herculean dwarf? You can. Nothing is saying you can't. Balanced traits, graceful, you know, jinxed. I ended up taking thuggish because thuggish gets you just basic bonuses, but it's like, oh, people just don't like you. I'm like, I'm already a schizophrenic. I don't think anyone's really going to be like, oh, you're a bad person. Then, mind you, then they give you how many building points you get. You get 240 building points. You have to build your basic attribute frame with up to 120 points. Yeah, and then they literally just say you have to pick your special traits then you have to start then you acquire all your equipment and biomods, then you generate and adjust your skill sets, very important. Then you start doing the finishing touches. Now, here's the thing. Here is, don't worry, we already made a spreadsheet for you. Just make sure to get it on the contact website. Now, this is the weird thing when it comes to this, because they don't tell you this right away. You have 240 build points. We're on page 46. To spend the initial pieces of your points, you have to go all the way back up See here, you have to go back to page 30, about 35. You go through all of these, you double check. Do not calculate your derived stats yet. You cannot calculate your derived fucking stats. Wrong. Then you go to your skills. Then you have to calculate your traits. After you're done calculating your traits, now they've been augmented correctly. Now you cannot do that at all. Do not make your skills yet. You aren't done yet. Then you have to buy your equipment and biomods. Where are your biomods, you may ask? Well, I don't know where your biomods are. Well, if we go all the way up here, we look here. Ah, yes, of course. Biomods are on page about 200. Let's actually find the biomods section. This is very important, by the way. Don't forget, you have to buy these with your build points, your initial build points anyway. Not exclusive armors. You're gonna have to buy these anyway, by the way. Make sure you buy these afterwards, though. Yes, okay, no. No. Because you can't play a robot if you want. Okay, now we get to biomods. Your biomods are on page 246. Now, each biomod, they don't tell you this right away, but each biomod technically has an invasion score. They tell you this later on in the above chapter, but they don't tell you about why it is in where they are or what you can pick up. They tell you what its build is, but they don't tell you where to pick them up. And mind you, let's take, for example, I chose personally to take a very important ability. And mind you, none of these are actually in correct alphabetical order. I chose to take a CRE. So, developed for military markets only, the Cerebral Reflex Enhancer is a nasty piece of hardware. Both accelerates the user's reaction and slows down his or her subjective perception of time. Physical psychological effect, long-term user known to twitch and tremble when idle and have shown higher susceptibility to mental afflictions. I'm already a schizophrenic, so fuck it, why not? Now, interesting here, but every single one of these also have different, things for actually installing them. Don't forget about that. That's very important to understand. But if you see right here, +5 to my reflex. +5 to my perception. Plus 1d10 to my sequential score. Now, the odd bits here is when you're calculating your skills, what you're supposed to do is take your highest available one, then put it in. Because you notice I put things in different brackets. Now, because my skill here in Herculean, with becoming a Herculean vigor, increase my strength and my mass by +2 each. But as well as taking the right biomods, increase my reflex up to 12, as well as my perception up to 7. Now, what I should have done, because I didn't quite realize and calculated my skills too late, and I was still a little bit too tired to even deal with it, is that you're supposed to use the highest possible value to then augment your skills properly, then apply your traits, then apply your total training to things. And mind you, every single thing I just fucking said does also use your very own build points. You have 240 of these. To give you an idea of how I built my characters right here. As you can see, I spent 118 points on my attributes. You can spend a maximum of 120. I technically spent 0 on my traits because I balanced them out 1-to-1. Technically, Fearless, Herculean, Disfigured, Schizophrenic does make you perfectly free. Your focal skills, though, give you a bonus to it. Give you a bonus +10 to your skill, as well, mind you, as well as making them easier to advance. Your biomods, I just bought one biomod. Invasion was already a little high. Now, then I bought 13 BP worth of equipment, and then burnt the remaining 60 on skills. I technically have, I think, like 1 build point left over. But as you can kind of see here, these are my biomods. These are how my biomods look. These are how all my weapons look, how my armor actually looks, because you have to buy all these independently, mind you. They don't tell you that. I just bought everything. Technically, you're like, oh, you get things for free. I didn't want to think about it, so I didn't. Then you're allowed to start calculating all your skills. You calculate your standard skills, then you apply your pretty much your trait bonuses, then you apply all your trained bonuses. This section is supposed to be actually dedicated to the total, but it was weirdly worded, so I ended up making a total category of what the absolute maximum of all my skills are currently. Okay, that is how you make a character. Hey, wait, this is just GURPS. On to you. Yeah, there's a little bit of GURPS in here, I'm not gonna lie. But it's GURPS, but infinitely less well laid out. That's the funny thing. It's D100 GURPS. I think that's the good way of thinking about it. But yeah. Actually doing everything is fucking awful. It takes a long fucking time to do things. Because you do get, pretty much for every 1 BP spent, you get 2% bonus on one of your skills. So as you kind of see here, how I was kind of spending my various skill points just to get a little bit of bonus somewhere. I've labeled all my skills correctly. In total, like, I rose best at actually using armed melee combat and small arms. He's very accomplished at driving and a hostile environment. Survival as well, but those are his main 2 things. Is that he is just a jacked motherfucker with a katana. Yes, I did buy him a katana because I thought it would be funny. You make some basic finishing touches, which is a lot of finishing touches, by the way, and then we start going over how actually weapons are handled out. They don't give you like a set of weapons as like examples or anything. No. And mind you, you will have to go back and forth because to give you an idea of how the weapons actually look like, this is a Type 4 ballistic vest. It just covers my torso. It has a blunt rating of 14, slashing rating of 8, impact of 6, heat damage 0, cold damage 0. I believe that is the toxic 0. Actually, no, it's ballistic, sharp, blunt. I is blunt. Sorry, everybody. I thought that would be impact. Meh. Then you have E, which is explosive from explosive damage. Okay. Then we get to invasion. Invasion goes here pretty much about every 25 after 50 you go over. Your familiarity with human beings and contacts and pretty much anybody else goes down by about 5%. Generally, people are a little bit worried when you are a amoral sociopath monster. Like, people are a little bit worried about you. Like, oh, okay. Okay, we've finally made a character. We've made a character, but we now are going to learn how to do combat. All right, everybody. Now, we have to determine the combat sequence. Now, I'm going to explain this to you the best I can. So, this is my sequence score. This is my sequential score. Because I have a completely insane ability, because I have a completely astronomical reflexes, because guess what? I am a ticking time bomb of a human being. My full sequence score is 37 plus 2d10. So let's determine my full thing currently. Our example, I rolled a 13. So I have a 37 plus 13, and that means I have, let's say I have 50. That is my sequential score. Cool, 50. Now, you may be thinking, oh man, that seems excessive. That seems way too big. This is way too massive. You're going to go first every turn. And the answer is yes, I will go first every turn, but there's a secret. There's a nasty little secret here. Step 2. The character with the highest sequential score acts first and has AP subtracted as he or she goes. Because, every action uses up action points from a character's sequential score. Any number of AP spent on action immediately subtracted from one's sequential score for the current combat sequence. I don't have 50 initiative. I have 50 action points. 50 action points where you're expected, without any modifications, to have about 1d10 plus 12 action points. Do you see a fucking problem with this? Yeah, so just to kind of give you an idea, Iroh is literally a schizophrenic, being able to take about 8 actions before anyone is able to comprehend that he has a katana. Yeah. Just a little bit there, just a little bit big. Now, they do want you to think that, like, everything's using this sequential score and action points to do things. Anything you do is burning AP, and anything has a score that's counting down. So, for example, we might say, like, oh no, a bomb has a sequential score of 4. So anything from 50 to 4, things are happening. But when it hits 4 as the highest, the bomb goes off. Boom! It explodes. We need to disable it before then. Oh damn! Now, this does lead to decrease the effective combat score for the first combat sequence of the fight. Potential confused. You remember the points lost. There's a good chance that people just outright can do anything if they get ambushed. There's also a good chance that I, as Iroh, will be able to, even with my fully ambushed, still be acting first. And mind you, we can go so much higher. Like, you can jack up your reflexes even higher. You can go faster. It's great. Yeah. Parallel actions, delayed actions. But to give you an idea of how small some of these actually do, let's do an example of my my Sandwolf, for example, my shotgun, my 12 gauge automatic shotgun, that semi fires. I have a fire rate of 7. 7. I can fire 3 times. If 3 times would be 21 AP, that would bring me down to about, with 21 AP, that would bring me down to 29 to my sequential score. If I hit you consistently every time, as I have over 50, and you probably don't know what I'm doing, because I get a bonus because of my reaction speed, I'm going to be doing, let's see, 3 times, that's 21 damage, that's 24 damage, that's 30 damage. So I've taken this alien and reduced him to paste, because I shot him with a fucking auto shotgun point blank as I vibrate with motion. Oh! You see what I mean? Like, this game isn't designed to min-maxing, because you can min-max. And yeah, you can just like hyperspeed around and just immediately murk any problem if you just jack up your AP. Because that's the problem with any AP system. Whatever ability gives you AP will always be beneficial to something you don't have. Now, this is the terrifying thing with melee attacks. Attacker's reflex is twice as high as the target's reflex. Technically, if I go up against someone with 6 reflexes, which is above average, mind you, because 5 is average. I want you to remember that. 5 is average. if I go up against someone with slightly above average reflexes, I'm going to be hitting about 110% of the time. About 110% of the time. Which again, what's a melee thing? Oh, slashes is only 5. Only 5. So, oh, I get to attack you how many times? 3 times? Oh yeah, let's just. Oh wow, wowie zowie, that's 24 damage. That's 21 damage. Oh, that's 22 damage. Cool. How much is your armor block? Oh, your armor block's 5. Oh, that sucks for you. What do you mean you're now paste on the fucking ground? Hee hee hoo hoo ha ha. Yeah, this is technically I could just aim for the head pretty consistently if I'm just faster than you and just decapitate you. It's like, oh, cool. Oh, and don't forget, if you do crit, you can also get AP back. You can do bonus damage. You can even, just cripple someone and just kill them immediately. Range attack is the same, by the way. Just about everything is going to be doing that. The thing is, range attack is a lot harder to do because you have to use evasive action. And evasive actions pretty much makes it harder to hit you by every AP you spend by 10% per action point spent. So on the off chance that someone does go slightly faster than me, I burn, 4 AP, and suddenly they have a negative 40 to hit me. Because I am, again, vibrating with motion. I didn't quite realize that I had, made a broke-ass character, but that's fun. Laid out record total damage characters sustained, but also his or her level individual hit locations. Because yes, you do have to... The best way to kind of think about it is, depending on the number of HP you have, you're going to have to assign that to various locations. So if you, let's say I take 5 damage, I'm at 43 HP, but I might take 5 damage to my torso, kind of thing. And if I take 5 damage to my torso, it might be within the crippling threshold, which if it's crippled, then I have to roll in the chart to make sure if I die or not. All making sense? If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I am here for you right now, because this is fucking stupid. And yes, if you're wondering, there is advanced combat. And generally speaking, you want to patch people up pretty quick with first aid or anything like that, because it's insane. And I don't know why. It's just crazy. Whoever wrote this game is insane or autistic. No, it's German. Yeah, throwing grenades is advanced, by the way. Like, yeah, just fucking toss grenades. You want to put special sights on shit. All of that has something slightly different because he wanted realism. And speaking about realism, the whole idea of the inner working behind character progress in Contact Core is straightforward. Real life to some extent. Skills are used regularly will improve. Smart characters learn faster than dull ones. Low-level skills are easier to improve than high-level ones are to perfect. Every success or failure on a skill roll adds 5 times whatever your intelligence is divided by 2 points to the experience index. How does this work, you may ask? How does this work? So, I'm going to explain the experience index to you. So, let's make an example. You know what? We'll make a basic example of housekeeping. How about that? Housekeeping, my housekeeping rating. Housekeeping is 29%. Oh no. Let's say I've succeeded in a check with it That means I take whatever my intelligence is, which is 4, plus 2. I add plus 7% to the experience fucking index. If I hit, for example, 20, if I hit a 30 experience index, I erase everything and it goes up. There we go. It goes up ever so slightly. That's the best way to think about how this works. You go up to a certain amount, and then you get a little bit more. You know, a smidge more. Yeah, technically it's you don't get it up by 1. How it works is you get 2% for most skills, actually 2% for combat skills, 4% for the 4% if they are regular skills. If it's a focal combat skill, you get a 3% bonus, and if it's a focal non-combat skill, you get a 6% bonus. Okay? I'm gonna fucking kill Mr. Hamburger. What do you This is probably one of the worst laid out books I've read. For all the wrong reasons. Oh yeah, these are the stride pools. Initially I thought like, oh, it's like a meta currency or something, you know, tied to your attributes. No, this is actually how you increase your abilities. For every time you mark an experience point here, you kind of see here with the stride pool, you get to place in 1 point wherever you want to go. So that's interesting there. Awesome. Except for body attributes. Body attributes are slightly different. Yeah, no stride pool will be increased by more than 1 point at a time, no matter how many attributes from its skill group are involved with the skill that is just... Yep, raising attributes. Attribute group stride pools group. To increase it by 1, it's the current attribute times 25 stride pool points. 25 stride. If I want to improve my dexterity by 1 point, it's going to take 75 advancements. 75. Ow. Yeah, vehicle transportation, vehicular combat. It's one of those things where I look at it, I'm like, this is fucking insane. Everything I've just read to you, fucking insane. Absolutely bananarama crazy, and I don't know why it is the way that it is. Do you want tolerance rules? Do you want deterioration of drug abuse? Is there? Yeah, we've got it. But don't worry, everybody, because we've got a rule expansion of skill perks. Oh boy! Skill perks! Yeah, you want to take fucking skill perks? Yeah, these allow you to augment individual skills with bonus abilities. Why is this here? But if you want to do psi powers, you have to roll, and you have a 5% chance of becoming a, effectively you have about a 5% chance of becoming a character of psionic, and a 5% chance of becoming a pariah, otherwise known as a 0, otherwise known as, well, just a blank. You're just a blank from 40k. Let's not call a spade, you're a blank from 40k. Yeah. many different kinds of powers that you can use, hallucinations, frenzying. This is an entirely like optional thing, by the way. These are optional things to worry about. Yeah, and every character is supposed to actually work the same way. Very different. Now we get to Children of Mu. Now, the Children of Mu. Let's talk about the Children of Mu. Genetically engineered species of all-female humanoids, not very different from modern Homo sapiens in terms of physique and intellect. In response to numerous requests by playtesters, this chapter provides all the necessary crunch to use them as a full-fledged player character. In order to do so, you'll need to know a few things. All Children of Mu share very similar personality, which is rash and dynamic, and their reasoning, while backed by powerful human-level intellect, tend to be naive and one-sided. Taking into consideration these psychological properties and their natural talents in battle, Omega has integrated all acquired specimens into armed forces of global alien defense network. Yeah. Limited own creative possibilities, their boosted stats may unbalance the game. Playing a powerful combat character, fair share of responsibility. Yeah, so they get +2 strength. They get +5 agility, +5 reflexes, mind you, +5 reflexes, and +2 perception. Oh. Now, yeah, they like to be individualistic, and they don't really like being the same. Cool. They can't be any of these things. Now, not considered there to not enjoy human rights. Yeah. Gene pool upgrade, 6 set. Now, I want you just to remind everybody. I did put out a challenge to everybody. People would get note coins from doing this, but nobody was able to. Of what the Children of Mu were, because they're on the front cover of the book, mind you. The Children of Mu are a very special kind of alien, one that you've encountered before. And the answer is they are the all-female blue alien teenagers. They're the all blue alien teenagers, everybody. They're fucking children. They are explicitly stated to be teenagers. I want out of the fucking ride, you German fuck. Yeah, okay, we're like, welcome to the Children of Mu. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. You ever just look at something and you're like, wow. You missed most of the game, Mr. Y. You missed most of the game. But yeah, welcome to, Children of Mu. The Children of Mu are pretty much, stupid child alien combat nightmares. Yeah, that's what they do. Technically you can play robots if you want. If you want to play full robots, you have to like literally design special chassis and stuff for them to do very different things. They get a bunch of different abilities. You want to just make a dog? You can make a dog. You need a dog for your best friend. Cool. You're a pariah. You're the Wonder Pup. And yes, they do have build points themselves, by the way. Of course they do. Very important. Canines in combat. Yeah, like, you want to bring dog meat to a fight, you definitely bring dog meat to a fight. These are the, that's the game itself, but these are like the campaign stuff of like, what everyone's doing, how people are doing things. You may be noticing, Notepad, there's still like 160 pages left. Yes, I fucking know. And when it does look cool, this game looks pretty baller, and it could fucking work. Now, they introduce a handful of different aliens for you to fuck around with. Like, do you want to deal with the exiles? The exiles are kind of peaceful, but absolutely unpeaceful at the same time. It's like, hey, you want to deal with just the Greys? The Greys are here. They do their own thing. We don't want to fuck with the Greys. They be fucking scary. What's their agenda? We don't know. What's xenoplasm look like? Well, if you fight the xenoplasm, that's their entire different... Yeah. Yeah, it's like, Tachikawa's silicoids. How do we make the silicoids? Cool. It's like, what's their agenda? What's their abilities? What are the doppelgangers? Doppelgangers want to become something else. Cool. How do we do whatever the fuck these things are? Blast them. Cool. How they do give you a lot of aliens, and every single alien does do something different. Now, these are the children of Mu. Where was it? Yeah, offer the Allied service, salvaging the remain of the object, further analysis, or parade salvage workers snatched an apparent still intact artifact from the wreckage. Yeah, welcome to, yeah, xenogenetic humanoids have been discovered using then artificial womb technology later switched to surrogate mothers. Cool. Regular humans function show somewhat major anomalies, impressions. Yeah, we all like the, yeah, welcome to the children of kind of weird. We have some basic sample characters kind of look things. I was looking at being like, oh, are these supposed to be like slightly different? No, your characters are actually, my character is pretty standard overall. All of them are pretty normal. Like, you want to play a boy genius? Yeah, you can play a boy genius if you want. All of these are sample characters worth 240 build points. And yep. This is the main character. This is Max Byron, who's just cool. I want to be Max Byron when I grow up, when he's apparently just a jack super soldier. He's the only one who, he's technically slightly slower than Iroh, but he's the only one with a, decent sequential score. Because again, most everyone else is like 10, unless you're dealing with this fucker. Yeah, Leah's got a 58 plus 2d10. She has a 210 build points. She's fucking worthless at everything else, mind you. She's not good at it. But she's got 14 reflexes, and she can go as fast as physically possible. I can't outmatch her. She will go faster than me no matter what you do. And remember, that's the number of fucking action points you get. Like, the amount of actual, like, the way this is calculated is so fucking bizarre. I don't know why. Because, well, I know why. It's because it's like, cerebral, like, enhancer is just insane. And you were able to jack up, like, any of your abilities super easy by just getting one of those. It's really bizarre. Like, it's a bizarre game, and I just realized I didn't really look at her stats. I didn't realize she has a 58 in there. She has a 50 fucking 8. Why do you have a 48? Reflexes, let me guess. Yep, cerebral and bone lace. Yeah, you got a bunch of bone lacing shit as well. Yeah, welcome to, oh, Jesus. Yeah, now we finally get into all the weapons and stuff. There's a lot of gun autism in this game, don't get me wrong. You can get a lot of special kinds of guns, but each gun is also different ratings. There's different abilities and shit with them. This game is, fucking insane. Not gonna lie. Not gonna sugarcoat it. This game is fucking insane. And there's just more of it, by the way. It keeps going. It's fucking huge. There we go. We finally hit the end. Here's the threat card. Yeah, welcome to, on Tactical Alien Defense. I wonder, did I... No, they never did put in those ones. Okay. Oh, wait, nope, they did. Yeah, you want to play the base management game? Yeah. Yeah, you can put in a base management game. You want to boot your own XCOM base management simulator? Right fucking here, baby. Everything you need. Why? Because reasons. We put it in because of reasons. No, they specifically state that there's like teenage size. They're like teenager size. They specifically state that. I can't find the exact place where, but it's like, oh, Jesus. Contact Tactical Alien Defense is one of those really bulky games that's laid out terribly and just kind of a shit show. Not gonna lie, it's kind of just a shit show. Not even like in a fun way, but like once it actually gets going, it's like, oh, there's some interesting ideas here. Like, yeah, it's a full-on action point system. Yeah, there's this full-on like fucking base management system. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on here, clearly. The issue is, getting there is pulling teeth. It's like you gotta jump between the entire sections of the book to get like one thing done. And you can just make a bad character in this game. It's entirely possible to make just a bad character. And it's like, yeah, you made a bad character and now he's just not fun to play. Because you just didn't use your build points correctly, effectively. And there are parts of it which say one thing, and then it's like, just get a cerebral enhancer, because it's like, oh, you're gonna die, it's really bad, but it's really not. Because there's another thing you can get for more build points, mind you, or just a shit ton of money, which you don't get paid really, because you might get paid if you want to, but you can also just ask Omega for money. It's trying to be XCOM, the role-playing game. The problem is with XCOM, the role-playing game, is that it's trying to add a lot more to the rather the rather easy core of XCOM. It's trying to add a lot more, for no reason. I don't know why. But that's Contact. Kind of a bizarre game. A bizarre entity in a world of bizarre games. But that's War. Yes, welcome to the Curious Case of ooOOOOORAH 2. And that's really all I've got to talk about. Just those four. Most likely there will be another one. Because there always must be there must always be another game. And I think that's half the fun of things, you know. You always try to find new war games, and there always is going to be a brand new game coming out, and every single brand new game coming out is going to have their own unique spin on things. I'm trying to log into Kickstarter, but Kickstarter has a stroke every time I try to, so give me 1 second. There we go. Oh yeah, save projects. First things first, let's check up on some things. Guns Blazing, looks like it succeeded. Dark After Dawn, that's not looking too hot. Machine Arena, no idea what's going on there. Fearsome Wilderness, looks like that succeeded. Looks a little bit janky. Libra Role-Playing failed. Rising. Space Killing, Combat Focus TR, that failed. Star City, that failed. Looks like Veil Rider succeeded, as well as 1984. We got some failures, we got some successes. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Let's check out some new things on. Oh Jesus. Would an SMG make sense for a mecha weapon? I mean, yeah. The thing is, the best way to think of like an SMG is that it's the medium point between a pistol and in a full-on like battle rifle. And for mecha scale, it would pretty much just be the comparison of this is a quick firing smaller gun. That would be kind of the bigger thing there. Like you wouldn't be like bringing in, if a big battle rifle is like maybe too big comparatively for a mech battle rifle, then maybe bringing in something smaller would be ideal. So let's think. Let's see what we can do. Western Front A, solitaire tactical level game, cool. That's not a tabletop RPG thing, that's a porn thing that you want. Porn. 5e setting, one-shot Dungeons Adventure, the official setting book for 5e. Also, what's going on in Blue server? Oh no. No. Marrow Break. Cool. Let's slow down. Marrow Break. The Mutani Cycle. Don't know what that is. Cornered. Haunted Manor. They Live card game. Save the city, enslave the city. Lot of nothing. Lot of fuck all, to be honest. Fantasy armies. 5e. Folklore the Wild Hunt in your 5e tabletop adventure. Cool. Free roam. When? Teeth, a role-playing game. 5e Golem Dungeon, Donut Land, Legends of the Renaissance, tile-based. Nomad 5e, 5e, Tales from the Myriad. All right, okay, cool. Could you can deal with it? The +2 Rodcast. No. Travel word game. Why? Kind of a slow week this, unfortunately. No, 5e Dungeon Crawl Classics, ECC, Rome Morkborg. Okay, Mike Hutchinson's Hobgoblin. Neat. Break. We were talking about Break earlier, which I find very funny. Pioneer at Nero City Colorblind. Waterloo Solitaire. Oh, gee. Oh. Heavy Gear role playing? Nani? Marrow Break. Okay, Marrow Break. Let's impress me, baby. Let's do this. Team-focused dungeon heisting system. Setting book. Okay. Of course, that's there's in the city. It's in the sun. It's the cities. The sky is blessingly empty of any burning bodies in the sky. None of the moon stars nonsense either. Dark half the day, light the other half, and it goes on. You say the world's end. What's world's end? A region. Okay, cool. What am I? Okay, who can I be? Okay, what is the game though? What is the game? Okay, what about the system? D12 dice pool system. Never not fun. Okay. 7 and above D12. All right. You know what? Remind me of this. This seems actually kind of interesting. It looks a little bit weird. I like the look of it. D12. I haven't seen a D12 system in a while, so that's kind of neat. I'm in. I'm in. I think it's cool. Free roam. Absolutely fuck all. Kato. A Dragon House Press. Ooh. Oh. Hi. Hi, Kato. Government secrets behind character. A sci-fi game designer always fascinated. Intersection. Who? Dragon House Press. What the hell? $2025. I mean, that's a big one. Wait. Okay, dice. Okay, dice. Like, okay. Okay, it's a BRP game. Okay. For a mature adult. Alright, that looks... turning some two-handed weapons like assault rifle and plasma rifle one-handed because Magundam. But SMG would still be the only weapon capable of firing melee range without penalties. Yeah, I mean, that would work for SMG stuff. So, Tales from the Myriad. Killer Wardrobes. Brand new TTRPG system. Okay, fantasy, silly and accessible for new players. Lighthearted, setting flexible. How to play. 2d6 system. Okay, not exactly the most... Not exactly the most brand new thing, but that's fine. Game has fashion, creating characters with a unique look, including hats, armor, complete with descriptions. So no more settling for leather armor. Do they do anything? Miscasting. It looks interesting. It already got funded, so maybe something will pop up out of it. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Hobgoblin. I remember. Didn't they talk about a Hobgoblin? Oh, it looks like it's like okay. This game is still pumping money, by the way. This is still pumping. This was a big one by Grey Wizard. It looks the part. It says the part. I am curious to see what the fuck it is, though. And I can tell you one thing. When Cloudbreaker Alliance comes out, I'm curious to see where it goes. Because this looks like it's taking up the same niche space. 10 years in the making. Like, yeah, this game is 10 years old. 10 years in the making. It's already made its money back. I'm because all it says, oh, all you need is D20. I'm like, that's Crazy fuckers are making a new heavy gear. I'm fucking down. Heavy gear, for those who don't know, is for lack of a better word, we have bottoms at home. Yes, we have bottoms at home, Timmy. That's heavy gear. But I like heavy gear. I always like the look. I always like the idea behind it. I always thought it was kind of fun. Does it make sense if a weapon can shoot at a disadvantage outside recommended range, too close, too far? And that some weapons deal more damage if the target is closer than the recommended distance. Yes. However, I would make sure to clearly state both of those. Make sure to state, hey, this weapon is ranged. Your sniper rifle is going to take a big penalty to shooting someone who's in your face. Or, hey, this weapon has proximity or something, and if it's closer to you, you deal more damage. Make sure to state that. Don't be like, well, in this case, this. Like, don't do that. Because people are going to ask questions, and you're going to need to answer them. Let's see, do we have anything fun and exciting here? 5e compatible fantasy style science fiction adventure time. What the fuck are you on about? No. What the fuck? Oh man. Nations and Cannons, the American Crisis for D&D 5th edition. Ah, we've done it, everybody. We've done it. We've created the final RPG. Oh, God, what else do we need? God bless a fucking... No, I don't need that. God bless America. I need to get... It's from Jersey City, no less. From New fucking Jersey. The man, the myth, the legend. God bless. Flagbearer Games. Revolutionary Stories. Yeah, so it is... This is their, like, one thing. And they're like, you know what we have to do to represent this historical time period? I think we need to make it 5e. Like, fuck off. Anime 5e setting book. I will say this. I actually like Anime 5e just because of the technical aspects behind it. Not anything else. But I do like it for that purpose. Ooh. What the fuck? What in the hell? A doomed Arthurian Western. I mean, oh, it's by Soul Muppet? Even do it. We've talked about Soul Muppet before. They pop up every now and again. They're the ones who did Latin American Breakout, which apparently a lot of weird shit has happened with that game, with that entire situation. Like, that entire thing has been kind of, kind of been a mess. Yeah, they're the ones who did this, the Latin American Breakout. Let's see, is moving along. We've drafted the book and work on continuing, releasing when it's done. Mayfly is not getting finished. We are choosing to declare the end of that part of the project. Individual game with that we decided the best thing we can do is offer folks support Mayfly money to spend on other Soul Muppet books. In the funds of this project that is shared out between the creators as profit share. Don't want adverse circumstances to impact mayflies to mean that the other creators involved see less for their work. Back mayflies one way, OC discount code usable for other Soul Muppet books. Ooh, just discount codes. You. Seems to be a little bit. I'll have to ask. Interesting. I'm gonna probably talk to. I'll send Wuso a message about that. See how that's going. Yeah, there's a few every now and again you find one where it's just like, oh wow, this could be interesting, but you chose to make it dumb. Cool. 5e settings, 5e. Okay, we've already kind of hit places we've seen before. I guess I will do a quick check over at itch.io because I feel compelled to talk about itch.io because I guess I am a masochist and I hate myself. I loathe myself. The Virmhack. Rove Rogues. Shy Little Guys, Big Scary Wood. Magpie by Moonlight. Galactic Ops. It looks kind of neat. What's Galactic Ops about? Apocalypse Keys. Oh, we have Apocalypse Keys finally. Oh, ha. 4,000 community copies of Apocalypse Keys are available. 4,000 community copies of Apocalypse Keys are available. Yeah, give me a community copy. The fuck? Okay, Interesting. Yeah, this isn't... Odd. Okay, I'm gonna have to talk to Wuso a little bit. He's not in here, really, anymore, so I guess I will... Damn, that's a bold strategy. What a bold strategy. Let's see. Stop focuses. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything too exciting here. What are you about? Oh, looks like it's a 20mm. Looks like it's like a war game or something. Looks kind of neat. But yeah, welcome. That's that. I think we've done enough. I gotta talk to Wuso in a bit. But Oh. But yes, thank you all for coming. My name is Notepad Anon. Hope you had a fun time. We've almost done 6 hours, and my throat is completely fucking shot. But generally speaking, next week we are going to do 2. Why is he not here as much? Because he left the server, Mr. Y. He left the server after he got bullied. He's only in orange server and blue server now. So, yeah. I'll probably find him on blue server or something. Actually, no, we're talking about Apocalypse Keys. We'll talk about him. You just reach out to him on blue server if you want to yell at him. But, generally speaking, next week, we're going to be doing I have 2 videos planned. One of them is going to be a design thunk. Just for sure, one of them is going to be a design thunk. Excuse me. However, I have no idea what I want that design thunk to be. Haha. Hee-hee-hoo-hoo, haha. I have no idea what it's going to be. I've been trying to figure out, like, what do I want to talk about to get those SEOs? The only one that came to mind, truth be told, The only one to pop up in my brain case was the iron lung thing that Markiplier is doing. But I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck to do with that. At all, in fact, to make it anything remotely entertaining. So I'm like, okay, maybe we don't do that. Maybe we don't do any of that, in fact. What I was thinking about doing is we can probably take it, just one of my games I have in my big idea thing, and just kind of talk about those for a bit, being like, I've had these ideas for a while, let's talk about these, I think it'll be fun. As for the video on Tuesday, most likely, we will talk about we'll either do a quick detox, or we'll do something pretty small, like I don't really have too much on, probably Corporation. Is Corporation, actually no, Corporation. Actually, I could probably do Corporation into, I can do Corporation into the Nine Thunk. I think that could work. Be a little bit busy, but I think I could. This Corporation got bought out. Actually, Corporation got bought out. What about another TTG shop class stream where people consult about their games? I will probably do one of those next month in May, because I can do that. I do have a game jam set up as well for next month. I will probably when I announce the game jam, will be like, submit to me your games right now so you can look at things at a time, so it'll be a little bit fun, so people can kind of look around on what people are doing. I think that'll be entertaining. I still need to go over Star Wrath. Dev, don't worry, you have time. Think on it. If you ever need help, Mr. Y, don't hesitate to shoot me a message, or talk about it in the server. I don't think anyone's gonna mind. But most likely we'll do Corporation into probably just me talking about my ideas. I think that could work. So yeah. As for streams, we are going to power through Sword of Bastard. That's the main plan. Depending on my current state of being, we may stream tomorrow. We may not stream tomorrow. It really depends on how I'm feeling about Table Derby. If I'm feeling good about Table Derby, we do everything tomorrow. We hammer out everything we can. We start compilation. Compilation should be relatively simple. It'll just be time consuming. So that'll be fun. So thank you. Thank you all very much. My name is Notepad and I'll see you all maybe tomorrow, maybe not, depending on how I'm feeling. And we will continue from there. Godspeed, good luck, and I'll see you on the other side.